Good morning. Good morning. We only got a minute till Title Tuesday here. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Dill. Dash in jail out soon. Freddy. Loot pack. Lols cat. Salty clown. A pink chatter. Salty clown. What's up, Marshmallow? Marshmallow Fury. Mulmshog for 37 months. Good morning, Mulmshog. 8 points, you're feeling it, Land Beyond? Alright, I'm holding you accountable. The same way you're gonna hold me accountable. Surely 8 points in Title Tuesday will get some green Sheffers. The 8 green Sheffers is an indication of my projected Title Tuesday score. Morning, Badkins. Alright, good luck, us. Title Tuesday, morning edition. I've even got my coffee ahead of time. And we're playing an NM. Oh, it's Michael. Buddy Michael. Alright. What do we want to do? We'll play knight f6. Looks like we're getting some sort of hedgehog. Tickle that. Okay, a6 next. I wanted to check before he goes e3. E3, queen f3 I find pretty annoying, honestly. We'll go for this. I would say fairly normal game thus far. Queen is well placed here. If I can get b5, I'll be happy. And also, he played rook d1, which is, I don't know, maybe slightly unusual. There's often a rook on the c-file in these openings. Rook on the e-file against the queen just feels right. Just feels right. He's, you know, he's kind of organizing his pieces here. I'm wondering where they're going to end up. Like, sure, that knight might end up there. For the moment, d5 has an answer. Might throw out h5 as well. That's often a good move to toss in there. Takes, takes, takes. Rook f3, otherwise you lose the knight. Knight e5. But unfortunately, I don't think I'm getting anything there. Other than two pieces for the rook. Also, when his queen was there, I should have played that, but missed opportunity. Really feel like I should have something here. Okay, I'm gonna try not to think all my time away, but it's annoying. You get these positions, like I know I'm better here. What the hell's rook f2, queen f1? Like, his setup feels wrong. Okay, now I can take this, right? Knight e5 actually made a threat there. Still, king f2. It's crazy, like, just hanging on here. I don't have queen f3 there. It's nuts. I don't know. The fact knight e4 is not working in all these lines. Gosh darn it. Bishop h6. Idea. Is it time for this? Finally, b5. Now, once again, if I took, I don't know, king here. Again, it's like not, I guess there I had knight f3. So, did it just happen that the one moment I could have played knight e4, I didn't do it? I still think king f2, somehow he's surviving there. Queen f3, king g1. Takes. I don't want the knight to take back. Hit that knight there. I want that. I want that. Man, again, I could have played knight takes e4 in that previous position. Like, holy cow. So annoying. I think queen a7 is a very decent move here. Rook d3, queen c5. Here is rook a6. Here we go. Waiting on time there, although I'm not really sure what the hell was about to happen. He's got some strong pawns, but we got the king cut off. We got the knight coming in. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. We're also up material, obviously, but it's pretty balanced if you just count it up. But the fact that we have pressure on the king helps us out there. I can't wait to see how many damn times I could have played knight takes e4 this game. Maybe 0. Okay, here for sure d5. That was my bad. I was always concerned about e5. Didn't really notice that when he played this, he doesn't have e5 anymore, so it's a great time to play that. So I missed d5. Yeah, g5, g4 was something I probably should have done. Far too conservative. Engine hasn't suggested knight e4 yet, which is good. And here it wasn't possible either. Okay. Okay. Ah, this is a nice tactic, which I could have spotted. I thought my queen a7 was still very decent, though. Yeah, I should just trade the rook off. I don't know. Like, I really didn't play that poorly. It's not a bad game. Not a bad game. We'll take those. This is a big old draw. Thank you guys. Michaela 66, 16 months. That's a lot of sixes. Thank you, Michaela. Hugh, appreciate the 19 months from you, buddy. Thank you, Hugh. Alex T-Ware, 13. Alex, thanks for the 6 with Twitch Prime. I don't know how they haven't repeated. These guys are like wizards. There we go. Finally. Malcolm Reynolds, 29 months. For the boys, indeed. Of course, of course. Kaijin Tiernan, tier 3. 18 months. Thank you, Kaijin. And using his prime for a very long time is Grinnith Win. 78 months. Big 7.5 years. Six and a half years. You think, Grinnith Win, you think. You think you've gotten better at chess, but we'll never really know, will we? We don't need to measure it. That's okay. I'm fine with that information going undocumented. Huge game here. Like at this point, you need to play a move like Rook C5 or Rook A5, right? Otherwise, I mean, you don't even have a chance to win. What are these guys doing? This is round 1 as well. This is round 1. Crazy. It's like, dude, I get it if it's maybe the last round and like it would win you some money to get a higher score, but all right, we're playing Mitzi. We got the funky tunes. Go Mitzi. These are the ones where knight g5 happens there. Pawn takes. e5 might want to happen. What about bishop g4 here? Bishop g4 feels right. Feels like the move. Okay. Bishop here, rook g6 is clear. I'm even looking at d5 now. Or simply queen c2. This queen c2 is like nice and easy. Just make a threat. Make a threat. Because yeah, d5 is not really what you want. Also drops that pawn there. There are some things here, like if my queen's on e4 hitting the rook, for example, if e5, then that knight would be hanging. Just some small things, like there's even a line, e5, knight takes, 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 takes. It's helpful to notice these things. Might come in handy down the line. I feel like black has a hard time playing this position without being down a pawn. Okay. So we obviously don't want to do this because 2 pieces for the rook is not good enough. Do we want to take? I'm leaning towards yes. But there's something to be said about d5. Like bishop here, takes, takes, d5. I think we'll start with this. I kind of like d5. Now that pawn's sitting there. Knight f6, bishop e6 check, and then take. Blunder. Right when everything's going so great. Oh my goodness, takes, takes. Like after knight takes, I would have to go bishop f5. Try to play down, not down. Yeah, like 2 pieces for a rook. Because this bishop was just hanging. It's like, my goodness, man. Blunders are unacceptable. That was very close, especially if my opponent had moved faster, then I would have been in trouble. Don't know why that was captured. Now we should be able to advance the pawns. A tight battle. Mitzi was difficult to overcome there. Zohan360, thanks for the tenor. How do I set up sub battles so I can interact with the board while they're playing? Just follow or observe a username on chess.com. So you tell two of your buddies to play, you know their username, follow their username on chess.com, and you'll be able to watch their game, and then you can make arrows and do moves and whatnot. I think Eric will play the late Title Tuesday there, Shady. So it'll be covered on our channel for sure. The stream is basically not going to go off today. So, and yeah, we did want to take this and then go Rook F1, but I didn't really notice that she played Bishop C8, and unfortunately lost the E-pawn. Queen takes B2 should have been played here as well. And then this, once we had this, we were in a better spot. We could just bring the king up. T-Gop, I had 2 extra pawns there at the end, so no, it wasn't very relevant to kick the king back. Even if the king was in front of those pawns, the 2 pawns is winning. If I had 1 pawn, then it would have mattered, yeah. Might have been important. Okay. Here we go. Against Big Dan. Big Dan. Let's see how my d4 holds up here. Not usually too well. Looks fairly normal. Okay. Rook c7, there's many moves against that. This move seems to make a lot of sense, though. Suppose we should protect it. If rook c8, I think we take and bring another rook over. Here, I am more interested in those types of moves. Like queen here, what happens? Queen b8? I don't know. Just feel a little queen e7 or something. Rook c7? I don't know. What's going on here? Rook c7, rook e7, right? And queen here, also rook e7. Now I understand. It just takes me a while, okay? It just takes me a while. So either double the rooks or take and go rook c1 after rook e7, which I presume is the next move. Oh, I just realized takes in this is a little bit better. Because honestly, maybe he can take now. Oh well. Looks like I'm just working out by the seat of my pants here. Need to move the h-pawn quickly. On today's list of moves we didn't calculate. Probably gonna have to take the rook here, unfortunately. Yeah, takes and rook c1 was much nicer. Having to deal with this is brutal. He's got rook c7 next. I need h3. Can play d6. I don't know how good that is. It's playable. Does he want to go there? I think if he goes there, I have that. Can't let that pawn get too far up. Knight here, we got to go for e5. Amazing to mess this up. Oof. His king got to d8 and it wasn't I should have played maybe h4. I know I'm doing decent here. After getting d6 and e5, I know we have a good position, but the thing is, once again, he didn't make any, like, I don't think he made any mistakes that lost him the game. And here, I mean, the winning move is e6. Yeah. e6 and knight d4. And even this is like... yeah, knight c6 and knight e6 are too strong. That's what separates good players from me. A good player would have found that. Okay, I did bishop d7, which is unfortunately no good. But we could have at least played, I don't know, h4 here, maybe. But the thing is, he has a b-pawn now, and it's just blockaded, so I don't have anything. But I knew that. I knew that taking was not good. But it was like ticking down to a second. I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do here, man? e6 and knight d4. Good player would have found it. Scotch, thanks for the 38 months with Prime. Knight d4 immediately. Well, I thought of knight d4, but that's why e6 is so genius, because knight d4 doesn't threaten knight e6. So black can play knight takes e5. Guard that check. That's protected. But e6 makes knight d4 work, because then there's two checks. So I saw the surface level move, knight d4, but this is the... that's the smart move to make it really strong. Rips for Jesus, thanks for the 3 months. With Prime. Thank you, Rips. This was a rip, this game. Our opening was very good though, I thought. So we did this. Now that was bad. But I thought takes and rook here. I guess there's queen a3, which I didn't really consider. Didn't see e5 at all. But after d5 here, I was feeling pretty good. And here, I played h3. I wish I, in hindsight, played h4. I was thinking that that might be a little bit loose in the future, just like a hanging pawn sitting there. But we should have done h4. It's a lot stronger to prevent that. Imagine this whole game happened with the pawn on h4. I think it makes a big difference. Anyway. There's still some people going, or what? There we go. Okay, next game. David, thanks for the 100 bits. Okay. Let's see if we can... see if we can get a result. Okay, so I think he's going for this sort of 91 stuff. And indeed he is. This thing he's playing is very systematic. So I don't like this line. Hate this. I hate the system. Ugh. Oh, I hate the setup. I'm probably gonna mess this up because of this, but I really want to do this. It's really not good. It's really not good. Bad habit. Bad habit. Really want to play it. It looked close. I would probably get a couple pawns for it, but nothing too special. Jesus. Rip me. The fact I have to deal with that move as well is brutal. Like, it could not be worse. It's so bad. Like, ugh. Knight f5. I was gonna play g6 and then bishop f8. I chose bishop f8 first. So unlucky. Knight f5 tactic, just smack in my face. G6, and I think I'm doing well here. My bishop goes to g7. Light square pawns, dark square bishop. These knights both look pretty bad. And knight g4 doesn't really do anything because all these squares are covered. But to walk into like knight f5 and just lose a rook for nothing, it's like, okay. And position is so bad after because I can't even play g6. Right? I need to play this to stop that. So, yeah, having to deal with this is completely lost. But like, ugh. It's so annoying playing people like this. G4, I mean, he's not even, G4 is like an insane move. Like, what? Knight is hanging here. Everything looks off. So, I don't know. Maybe I should have listened to myself and played rook takes f4. I made the right decision, I know, according to the computer, no doubt. This probably loses a piece. I was thinking takes and rook f1. And I was like, this is the position I saw. And I mean, black has some very decent chances here. But it's definitely not objectively good. But there's a lot to be said about having a bunch of light square pawns, opposite color bishops. The knight can't really do anything. Very annoying. I mean, this setup is just so frustrating for white. I hate playing against this. And the worst part is he didn't even play it well. People who play this opening well, it's even more frustrating. It's just like a setup where every time black goes d4, you go like knight e4 or knight here or something. And takes never seems to help. And meanwhile, white just kind of motors the pawn up the board, g4, g5. So I hate validating his system by allowing it to work. That's the root of the tilt, is that he thinks what he did worked. Very annoying. Computer is not a fan of the move g4, but I should have played g6. Knight f5 working there is just annoying. Yeah, g6. You know, even if something like this happens, I think black's doing fine here. Rook d8. This guy can reroute. And as long as we're not dealing with f5 anytime, should be good. And of course, that's the game before the break. Dude, I was on like my first 2 games were good. I kind of blundered in the 3rd game, but well, we had a win, even though I was down a queen. But this is how all Title Tuesdays fall apart. They start so well, 2 out of 2. Could be 3 out of 3. Okay, blunder against a strong player, or miss a win. And then when you go down and play a low-rated guy, like you just miss one move and suddenly game over. That's why I hate this fucking tournament. All right. We have to pass the time. Whoa, my goodness. Crazy, the time difference. I didn't even click in that I was playing a 30-second game until I had 5 seconds. I was like, holy shit. Mr. Tax Return, thanks for the 4 months. Gus, thanks for the 21 months. This guy only wants to play 1 game? Eh? Eh? I am confusion. One 30-second game. Those creatures I'll never understand. One 30-second game and scram. Ugh. These breaks in Title Tuesday are the absolute worst. It takes so long. I feel like they call it a 5-minute break, but it's actually, it feels like 10 minutes. Like it really takes a while. You just have to have short-term memory with these 30-second matches. If you block all the people that only play 1 game, there's gonna be nobody left in the pool. All of the untitled weeb avatar accounts. They're all the same. They're all like altered carbon sleeves of one another. You have to just take it on the chin and come back stronger another day. Hey, Lolly. I saw Magnus was losing to Anish. Some really nasty prep or something. What's the situation? It looks really bad, eh? Is Anish gonna choke this out? +7. Jesus. That's a serious advantage. +7 and he's only up a pawn, which means there must be at least a piece dropping somewhere. Anish really hasn't beaten Magnus in 12 years? Anish is so strong? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Events, right? If this line looks nasty. Hard to see anything other than a computer wants this, I suppose, yeah. This looks good enough, but you can see how this one, Magnus finds a way though, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of position where you feel like you've messed up enough that you almost don't deserve to win anymore. Oh, I realize the board is a little bigger here for some reason. But of course, Giri's not going to do that. So what did he do? Bishop b4. Uh-huh. Let's not miss our round here. Somehow I always find a way to miss a Title Tuesday round. Like, I don't know how, but I'm just sitting here and something ends up happening. So we'll see what it is this time. This one somehow looks even worse because it's with the check, so. Oh, wow. This is pretty nasty. Yeah. That should be winning. Is this the longest break you've ever seen? Like, this is what I'm saying. These breaks like take forever. Lucky Husky 11, thanks for the 12 months. Full year from Lucky. Cheers, buddy. There is another Title Tuesday later. Yep. This is what Magnus has to do, right? It's the only try. G5 here. If the rook moves, then I think bishop b6 is the... And there's no rook back. So you just go here. I mean, it's really rough. Really winning for white, but I think you kind of have to do this. All right. We got the next game. So brutal that last game. And I can do nothing but sit here and wallow in the tilt, waiting for the next round to start. Our only hope is if our opponent doesn't show up. He's just got to not be here. For 2 whole minutes. We can't have him show up. Come on, buddy. You're not here. You forgot about Title Tuesday. You're making a coffee and... Damn it. We have to face the music. Rip. Rip. All right, all right, all right. I'm here. No, we definitely want that. Probably castle. It's like, how can this be a thing? How can this be a thing? Hmm. I don't know what's going on here. It feels like it should be very, very good for me, but I never like that feeling. It never works out that way. But the knight, I mean, maybe knight c6? Okay, f5. Bishop here looks... It's normal. I must say that move looks annoying. I want that piece. I know it's not good, that's the thing. It's definitely not a good move. But it needs answers. We'll go slow. Meaning bishop g5, rook d1. Just pressure this. Well, that didn't last very long. That seems really annoying. Like, really annoying. Not being able to trade rooks there is kind of frustrating. Still have to do some work. It's winning, of course, but... Missed that one, which would have been nice. There we go. a little weird. King shouldn't escape like that. I guess knight somewhere here, but I was so focused on giving this rook check. I think a knight check was the way to go. Okay, it's probably around even here. Although once the queen invades over here, I felt good about this. Here, I just knew he was going to do this. I had this move prepared. I don't know how good it is. I don't think it's great, but I had a feeling he would take, which helps me out. Thanks for the bits, Shasta. We were, what, the last game of the round or something? Thank you, Dreamist. Because the next round just started immediately. Okay. That's right, Adam Heartlover. We had to work for that. We really did. We were down a pawn at some point. Let's not forget. Okay, Queen H5, G6. Are we really bothered by this? Seems okay. I don't know. Bishop here, maybe knight f5. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not really concerned with that knight there. I'm basically going to ignore it. And I feel like at some point, I can threaten it by playing bishop g7 or rook g8 or castle. I don't know. I know he's probably going to develop his knight soon, but there is that rook to keep an eye on for the king in some lines. Okay, so that looks like a free pawn. Takes. Looks very free pawny. He wants to do this, so I might take with this knight. That way my, like, other knight takes after g4. If knight takes, pawn takes. I don't know. I don't want to deal with that. I have to watch knight takes e6 here. But now I'd just like to go bishop g7 and castle, essentially, if I could have it my way. If the queen moves, I don't know. It doesn't really have any good squares to move to, but basically if it did move, let's say queen g4, we have knight e2 and pawn takes. So we don't even have to lose our knight. Knight f3. I think knight e2 is an option. So yeah, this is the one thing to be careful of. Knight takes e6. As long as I have an answer for that, we're okay. Knight check. Knight here. Queen h4. Then maybe bishop e7. Takes, bishop takes, and castle next turn. And if queen b4 to stop me from castling, then bishop back to e7. I mean, that looks pretty good. There's also pawn takes, which I'm considering, but bishop takes looks normal. Wants this. I want to get in here for some checks. We'll take it. We'll take it. A great start. An unlucky game. And then at least we'll put ourselves in a position to lose to a strong player. Because we all know if Title Tuesday is going to end up with the exact same score, I at least want to be losing to tough players. So at the end, I can be like, played some tough guys today. M. Kiva, thanks for the 22 months. 20 months from Jovius19. Devious Coconut. Thanks for the 15. Shasta, 500 bits. Big Title Tuesday performance here, guys. 4 out of 6. Oof. Required Ransom, thanks for the 16 months. Exactly, Salty. I only lose to the top guys. I only lose to the best CMs that there are. I saw that Magnus resigned. What happened? Yeah, he didn't want to play this out. It's a pretty brutal position. Oof, that's a big win for Geary. And to do it in the Netherlands as well. Tata Steel. Is that first time he's beaten Magnus in more than a decade? Sick game. Beating Magnus in Classical is like very impressive. All right. Some other games going on. Let's see here. Wait, what? He's lost now, no? Rook A2? Holy, what a choke. What? A choke by white. It's annoying to convert, but you can convert it. He's done a nice job. Got the bishop around, the king's cut off, so you can sort of bring the rook back, for example. That one doesn't work. Very tricky. This is not usually what you want. He's probably made it more annoying. But still. He's doing it. Jeez, he's being real tricky. King A2 might be a draw? What the hell is he doing? Oh my god. Buddy. What on earth was that? Crazy. Drawing that. The nerves. Gaxi92, thanks for the 22 months. Okay, I think we're on to the next round. Champ 2005. Is this Sadwani? Yeah. I think we played at the World Blitz, I want to say. World Blitz, yeah. Knight takes or pawn takes? The age-old question. Not really sure which one is correct. Okay, we take. Probably gonna have to play b3. Can we put that knight on d5? Bishop b5. You can trade, but I think my bishop's maybe worse than his. I don't know. We can do this, or knight d3 to trade the knight. It's also a decent option. Okay, so he wants to trade the knight. Interesting. Get our bishop out of the dungeon there. What to do? Queen F3. I don't really know what to do here. H4 maybe? I don't know. Looks very even. Like, we basically have the exact same position. Just mirrored. Wow. Not really paying attention, but apparently I just dropped a pawn. Could have done that a little better, I guess. Well, I guess that's done. We're so, like, the race couldn't be more lost. We couldn't be slower. Dude, these positions just bore the shit out of me. Like, blundering this is the only thing. The only thing. King F1 and, like, literally shuffle for 10 years. I lost to him in the World Blitz in a similar fashion. I played him in World Blitz, I think. Crushed him out of the opening. I think it was him. Crushed him out of the opening. Had a good opening as black. He played the London, took his bishop early, won a pawn, was like so comfortable, and then it slipped away into a loss, surprisingly. And then here it's like, I don't know, how do you lose this? Well, I can produce the answer. Rook d2. But sure, like, well, king f1, I mean, what are we doing here? It's like the most boring game ever. I thought I had an advantage earlier. I mean, I certainly did, I would say, around here. But I didn't really know how to prosecute it. I should have played f3, I guess. I was thinking of takes in f3, e4, but yeah, f3, e4 right now would be very nice. Some simple moves, f3, e4 here. I don't know. This is so routine for me at this point that it's not even shocking, but I mean, losing this position is like, there's absolutely nothing that should be losing me this position. Wow. Wow. Dr. Questionable, thanks for the 25 months. Alan, thanks for the 57-month resub with Prime. What am I sipping on? Good old H2O. Suppose I should move my queen here. I want to go here just to imbalance the game so that we can play some kind of knight against bishop position maybe down the line. So it's not that I prefer my knight, but rather that it's not a bishop. At least it's different here. Something is imbalanced in the position. So he's got to move his king here, I would think. Like, I don't know if it's smart for me to play c5 next. Yeah, it stops d4, but how good is that, really? E5 feels right, but I just don't know if C5 is the right follow-up. Probably got to go for it now if we want to do it. I don't know. I feel like I might regret this, but again, at least things are imbalanced. Hmm. Hmm. Do we keep some semblance of winning chances on the board? It's tough. Tough to take a draw and try to turn it into a win. Have to trade one pair of rooks, I think. Not sure that I want to trade both. Here, rookie 2. Hmm. Hate this. Hate that. an insane situation. Can you believe what just happened? What? What? The fuck? First of all, so lost here. So lost. So dead. I mean, this is why I took the knight against the bishop. Not because I think it's better, but at least it's imbalanced. Still, I mean, he has king g6 he's not playing. He plays it now. Like, I should take the bishop, make a draw maybe. But of course it's tempting to play this for a win, but I just don't see a way. Right? Because white, at the very least, can always take this. The bishop's covering everything. I should really be playing knight takes d6, but like, even knight here, rook takes. I think I'm gonna lose that. But I didn't even see knight e3. Instead I do this, and now it's like dead lost. I mean, here he just makes a queen. g7, g8. No words, man. No words. He also had more time. I was the one who only had 2 seconds. He had like 7 or 8. No words. This is what happens when two players who are just as bad as one another play a long game. Nobody needed to see that. Nobody needed to look at that game. So what are we at? 5? 5 out of 8. To get our projected 8 would take 3 wins. 3 straight wins. Unlikely, but possible. To get our target score of 6, which is the, you know, just a good solid Title Tuesday for a guy in my shoes. We only need 1 more win for a huge score of 6 out of 11. Many big scores to be had. And now we have like a 20-minute break as they check my account for possible cheating. I think they always stop the tournament to... Must be checking my account. Couldn't be anyone else. Hello, Ubitsia. Good morning, Ralph and Mattis. All right. 7.5 is the top score. Alexander Lenderman and Hickey with similar scores, 6.5 out of 8. Hello, Ralph. Have you heard about Green Chef, buddy? I know you've been a HelloFresh bra in the past, and Green Chef is owned by HelloFresh. So very familiar company, delivery system, web page. We have a promotion going on with Green Chef right now. Same thing as HelloFresh. Green Chef just has healthier, greener options. They still have meat, by the way. It's not only veggie options, but they have veggie, vegan, weight loss, keto, you know, calorie conscious. So some healthier meals. And you still get the box delivered. You still get the ingredients, the portions, the instructions. And it's US only. We got a 60% off code with free shipping. So it's not too expensive to try one box or 1 week. PogChess60 is our code, or you can use the link that comes up with ! Green Chef. And yes, Ubitsia, exactly. If you've done HelloFresh in the past and you want to try Green Chef, you can definitely sign up and use the promo. It's not like, oh, you've already used our service before. No, it counts as like a brand new service. So you can definitely sign up. Do they have meals for bulking, Danger Dolan? Well, they definitely have meat. And I think with the 60% off right now, you could get some, like, you could stack all the meat options there. All the protein options. I wouldn't say they're designed for bulking, but if you're getting them for a good price, you can stack the protein, and it would do you a solid. I don't know Adam Hartlover. Probably a few, but this was the first one that I heard of. Do they ship to the UK? I think there might be HelloFresh. Like, for example, there's HelloFresh in Canada, but this promotion, this deal is with HelloFresh US. So that's why the code is US only. So I'm not sure if HelloFresh is in UK. Maybe yes. But either way, unfortunately, the code and the promotion that I can offer you is only valid in the US. Yeah, sorry, Flair. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you wanting to support, but yeah, this code and a lot of the promotions we do happen to be US only. Is Eric playing this one off stream? I'm not sure. I think maybe no. All right. Another CM. It's more my speed. Here we go. These are my people. These are my people. I'm the CM Whisperer. I know what he's going to do before he does it. The CM Whisperer. Do we take that? The only other thing I was thinking of was Knight here. Somehow that looks wrong. What am I saying? I'm the CM Whisperer. God damn it. Let's just get these moves out. Can queen takes e4 happen here? Why do I feel like the answer is yes? Or actually, why do I feel like the answer will be no after some tricky moves? Yeah, I don't trust it. I'm the CM Whisperer. What am I saying? Need to wake up here. Okay. Here. This feels good. We're battling our people down here, the CMs. Take? This I understand. I see what he's doing there. But maybe we have bishop g5 after. Or even just straight away. Bishop can swing around like that if h6 happens. We are ready to get castled. And f6 looks not good. f6 looks not good. Rook d1, we got this pinned. Bishop g3 is coming as well. And takes is more or less nothing. Probably knight takes. Wow. What the hell did I just do? Didn't see that move at all. But I'm the CM Whisperer, so we're okay. We're gonna find a way out, fellas. Just hold on one sec. Buckle up for safety. Are we buckled? Okay, here we go. I'm the CM Whisperer. Not scared. Not scared at all. I'm gonna get my material back, and all will be right in the world. This is standard. When you're trying to tame a wild animal, at the beginning, sometimes it revolts. It doesn't want to be tamed. Rest assured, they always end up the same way. Bishop c2, b3 actually looks like the way to do things. I'm the goddamn CM Whisperer. Can't get nothing by me. Stop that. Let's push, baby. I'm the CM Whisperer. Like I said, all wild animals get tamed eventually. They were just a little difficult at the start. Had to contain him. Got a little rowdy. Wasn't used to a stranger in his life. I've never met a CM I couldn't tame. Not once. Exactly, Adam. I'm glad someone understands. Hey, Obsonics. Chess Bro Bean. He strikes again. And with a competitive score of 6 points, you just never know what could happen. In terms of a final placement. You just never know. Some call it lucky, Captain McMac. But you know what they say? Good players deserve to get lucky. And since I got lucky, gotta be a good player. That's right, Adam Heartlover. We're on pace here. We're on pace. Couple more games. Only 2 more games. I think this is the final game, and it will be a draw. A couple CMs, my people. All right. A lot of people on 8 points right now. Ah, they've sent their strongest guy after me. They've sent their leader, a 2800 CM. They think that I can't tame this one, eh? They think I don't have it in me. I'm the goddamn CM Whisperer. Know your place. There ain't no way. There ain't no way this doesn't turn out well. Okay, question that I have is what do I do about that piece? I need some sort of answer to that. Or maybe I don't. I don't know. But it feels like I do. Start with c5. I assume knight e2. Okay, we'll take... Queen takes. Aha. When I tell you that bishop is quite good on g2, I mean it. That is a damn strong piece. Very strong. Okay, I'm putting my bishop here, even though I'll have to move it again. Because to be quite honest with you, bishop f4, stopping rook b8, just looks frustrating, so... I'm ready for a rook d8 move. h6, I can probably try to kick that, that bishop out. If we go here, takes, bishop comes back to f4. I don't like that. Gotta be honest with you. Bishop e5 is reasonably attractive here. Start with this. Okay, b6. Here, I do want to go here. Get rid of that damn bishop pair, which was plaguing me. Here's an unstable square. I don't want to go there. Oh, get the king in. The CM Whisperer is battling here. This is a tough one. He's a tough one to handle. I want to do this, this, and and then recalibrate from there. There's some knight d5 business. Is knight d5 not a move? He had bishop takes and bishop b7 check. I don't like the move c5 happening. But at least he missed something. What? What? There's definitely time on the clock. Hello? Hello? What? I was even watching it. Huh? No. Can't be. That can't be. +1. It's really nothing, I guess. It's really nothing. I don't know if there's like a really good way to do things here. Knight c3 was better than knight c7, but in this position, I think it's more or less a draw. And then here, okay, I was gonna play a couple moves, but you could always defend. But the knight, you can always win with the knight. You know, knights are just inherently tricky. Man, we played a really good game. I'm a little disturbed by this flag. That was very strange. Like, I was like right here. Plus, it didn't seem like I didn't hesitate or anything. His move came in. And I felt like I didn't take that long to make a decision. Like, I didn't second guess myself, nothing. Oh, here's our last round game. We don't even have time to mourn the loss. A disappointing flag. Very aggro. Very aggro. Some threats there. Kind of tempting. '88, we'll just go back. Or we could even play knight d5. How's knight d5? What an unfortunate flag. Still thinking about it. French Rando, thanks for the prime. Thank you to French Rando. What a guy. B4 bishop takes. Knight here. Unfortunately, I think we can't play b4. I was going to play a different move. Knight e5 is a bit more friendly. I think we're supposed to keep pieces on the board here. Is less space. I don't know. That's what the principles say. I'm not really sure what my next move is going to be. Let me be clear. That is not a good sign. Pawn takes? I'm actually not sure anymore. Rook takes looks very decent. So does even knight takes. Everything's an option. I can't do much about that guy. uh, deserved. Deserved, I suppose. All right. We'll play a bishop for a queen. No, a knight, not even a bishop. A knight for a queen, sorry. Go us. Yeah. Can't really do anything if he's finding that move. Amazing, really. Amazing. Ugh. Man. So depresso. So depresso. Now, is this a draw? I want to say definitely yes, but blundering that is not going to help. Again, just rook d4. King h2 even. But it's not about like, oh, I thought rook f4 was good. What should I have done instead? It's like, obviously we just missed queen c1 in the moment. And as long as we leave the rook on h4, then it's pretty dead drawn. No, sorry, not dead drawn. That's a that is a strong word. Not dead drawn, but theoretically drawn, maybe. I don't know. I've never seen this exact position before, so I'm not sure if it's definitely a draw. But offhand, it seems like the king can never encroach. That's probably the only trick to fall for. But I seem to be doing that. In an earlier game, it was dead draw. And like the only trick is to blunder my h-pawn when it was pinned to my king. I blunder that. Here, it's draw. Only trick is to blunder this, and I blunder that. I'm like the chess.com sucker. You know, walking into every trap that every hunter sets. We're a sucker. But it's like, to get a dead drawn position, like, isn't this just insane? This is what I don't get. The part of the game when it's already a draw, how come I'm playing that part of the game so poorly? Like, are we not talking about the fact that I have a fucking bishop for a queen? A bishop for a queen. And I got to a drawn position? It's like, how can I play this part of the game so tricky? I have a fucking bishop for a queen. He's a FIDE master. What's going on here? And then we somehow get to a draw? Blows my mind. What? I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't. We play the part of the game when I'm dead lost so well, and we play the part of the game when I'm either better or it should be a draw so poorly. Why can't I just play the part where I'm losing poorly and the part where I'm winning well? Why can't I be a normal person? That way I would get my wins and I would take my losses. But here, when I have an advantage, I'm not getting any wins. When I have a draw, I'm not getting any draws. And when I have a loss, I'm definitely getting those anyway. So it doesn't seem to help. It doesn't seem to help. Anyway. A non-Hickey podium. Always very rare. Very, very rare. Dubov, 9.5 points. Hang on. Got to work the scroll wheel here a little bit. KNVB is somewhere in there. If they let me scroll that far. They actually don't. Yeah, I can't get all the way down there. Oof, Jesus, pretty far. 120th, but 120th tied for 115th. I know. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna, for the raid. How's everyone doing? How was Title Tuesday? Anna might have done better than me. I only got 6 points. And unfortunately, this nice position you see at the end, which should be a draw, I managed to mess up by falling for the only tactic available, which is that. And so we actually lost instead of drawing this position. It's really unfortunate. We didn't do that well. We never do well on Title Tuesday. This is the balance in life. A bad Title Tuesday, and then we keep streaming afterwards. What's up, JKA? So welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Yeah, you should be happy with 4 out of 11. You guys are happy with 4 out of 11. I'm unhappy with 6 out of 11, but I'm getting happier with it. You know, it's becoming more normal. Probably not a good sign. Probably not a good sign. For those that don't know, we've been doing a speed run on the channel here, taking an account, starting at 800 elo, and bringing it up through the ranks, and only playing specific openings, the English for white and the French with black. And I think we're at 1700 right now. I was planning on doing a little bit of that right now after Title Tuesday, which is, you know, I think the mark of a strong player. When you know that you can't hang with a certain rating group, find one you can. You know, Title Tuesday, people are way too strong, KOing me. I gotta hide and hang out with the 1700s, my people. I'm gonna do so many speed runs that eventually, eventually I'm not even gonna be able to call it a speed run. It's just gonna be called a new account. I'm gonna degrade into morph into an 800 slowly. What's Amon doing? Oh, I think he's like doing another speed run, man. Should be sick. Oh, you mean he's making a new account? Yeah, but he's doing a speed run, like he's starting at a low rating. And, oh, you mean so he's like starting at his usual rating? It's a long fall to the bottom. But we're not there yet. For the moment, we can still beat 1700s in a reasonably instructive fashion. So that's the plan. That's the plan. We put Title Tuesday behind us. We say hello to the Raiders. And we switch accounts. Here we go. I'm not even going to go on a BRB screen. I'm going to let you guys stare into the HD pores on my face while I switch accounts. That's what I'm saying, Badkins. It never goes well. It's like, oh man, screw Title Tuesday. Unless it goes well. In that case, go Title Tuesday. We got the music. Hopefully, you guys from Anna's stream like the music. That's all I can offer with a full guarantee that it will be good. That's about it, though. I saw Carlson lost today. Me and Carlson, both having off days. What can I say? Both having off days. Does Title Tuesday have divisions for levels of players? Thankfully, no. I'm just with everyone. Thankfully, they don't shepherd me off into a lower category. But no, it's just one big tournament. Okay, we've swapped accounts. We're here. Title Tuesday was its usual disaster. But that's not going to stop us. We've got the music going. Maybe we've got some people still saying hi from the raid. Some Europeans. But yeah, these speedruns segments have been pretty fun. Hopefully informative. The point is we're playing with the same opening with white and black. It should get a lot of repetition. We should see a lot of very different things against it. And it means that you'll have a pretty good grasp of the opening after watching every episode. Because, look, if I'm playing 1c4 every single game, I'm going to see, over the course of the entire speedrun, I'm going to see everything that gets played against me. I'm going to get used to, you know, what 1100s play, what 1500s play, what 2000s play. It's probably going to be very different. You can see the progression. You can see how we handle different ways that our opponent plays against us. And you'll probably notice a pattern that certain things get played more than others. There's going to be very common opening responses that get played against c4. Start to ingrain those into your brain. Remember them. Becomes kind of like a little bit of theory. Start to remember it. Play it again if it goes well. Play it again if it doesn't go well. Maybe check it and improve it so you have it ready for the next time that move happens. But yeah, that's what we've been doing. And we're up to 1700 right now. I've been playing 5-minute games as well. Decided to do 5-minute games. I think it gives just that extra time, especially for me to chat. Explain all the moves and hopefully still not flag. Yeah, we've had c4, c5. We have had c4, e5 a lot. But the sleeper line, which everybody plays, is c4, d5. I don't know why. I don't know why. Everyone seems to play c4, d5. And they think it's a Scandinavian. They think it's a Scandi. It's not. I still have an e-pawn, so I'm going to get tempo on the queen, 2 center pawns. I mean, so this one's been really common. And then with the French, the one that's been the most common so far has probably been, well, there's 2. Like, the exchange and the advance are almost the only 2 I've seen. Almost the only 2. This one's the most popular, but the advance, people are losing like all these pawns within 10 moves most of the time. So that's what we've been seeing so far. And before we get started, I will say I did mention yesterday when we get to 15 Green Chef signups, ! Green Chef. I'll show you something that I think is very valuable, honestly. No scam. Basically, I'm going to show you how to study chess, essentially. Show you how to study, how to take something like this speedrun that you're all sitting back and watching, right? You're all enjoying. Okay, you sit back, enjoy, but at the end of the speedrun, did you just enjoy it or did you actually learn something? Is the opening actually something that you could play in your games now? Do you feel confident? Can you remember everything? Maybe not, right? You couldn't say that confidently. Maybe not. So essentially, I'm trying to, I'll show you something that I think will change that answer. I think it'll be useful. We'll do that at 15. I know, imagine studying. Well, the thing is, this won't take very long. It should definitely improve you. And it might not be for everyone, because let's be real, not everyone who's watching or whatever wants to, let's say, improve or study. Might just be enjoying yourself, having a good time, listening to the music. So it might not be for you. But others, they are watching because they want to improve, but they just don't know how. Or they're doing it the wrong way. So. Hey, Ralph, you signed up? You didn't see the counter change? Well, hey, man, if you use the link, use the code, you saw the discount being applied, then you've obviously done it right, Ralph. So maybe it'll click in at some point. Maybe it's just delayed, or maybe you've already been on Green Chef. You just didn't know about it. But I appreciate it either way, Ralph. Is the English being played at GM levels? 100%. 100%. No, the English is a good opening. So, you guys ready? You guys ready? I've had my coffee. We'll take a break in a little bit. Title Tuesday was a standard fail, but let's see if we can't learn a thing or two. Five-minute game. Start us off here. And remember, I'm playing e6 against everything. So while the French is, of course, the most common, I mean, e4 is the most common first move, I still play it against d4, and we've had lots of games like that. Hey, first time for everything, right? We've never seen this before. So I think that d6 is already a great move to consider here. Very good move. D6 is essentially the move I would play. However, if you play d5, it wouldn't be the worst thing. Like, you would just maybe transpose to the advance, right? But I'll play d6 because, hey, it's what you're supposed to do. I mean, e5 is not a great move. He plays here, and he's already got me concerned. Check. Check. Are you okay, bud? Check. You good, bruh? You good? Check here. We don't quite have a mated here. We're playing with the black pieces, so it's a little slower. But we're definitely winning. So I'm looking at knight here, knight here. Both moves look good, because it threatens knight f5 and mate. And if the h-pawn moves, he still gets mated. So I'm looking at this as, I mean, that looks like the move, right, guys? Here. The thing is, I'm looking at other moves and I'm not seeing how he's going to save himself. d4, it always gets taken after check. Knight h6, unfortunately, guys, looks like it could be a KO. And remember, this check is kind of irrelevant. We just block it, right? If h3, knight check, queen f4 would be mate. Of course, that pawn isn't on d3 in that line. Queen f3, knight there, and that's mate. h4, knight check. King h3 is mate. Everything was mate, right? And then we'll give him check here. King's gonna have to move, and we'll give him mate, and that's a great start. Well, if anyone needed a reminder as to why e5 is absolutely not good, this is the reminder. Here it is. This is the reminder. After king e2, queen e4, my opponent is already busted. Already busted. Nasty. Chess is so easy. You just have to do that, guys. Come on. Just do that. Dr. Usidik, Thanks for the resub, 79 months from Dr. O. Thanks for the prime, Dr. O. We're doing a speed run here, Doc. And based on the things I'm doing to my opponents right now, it's actually very, very good that we have a doctor in the chat on site. Wee Pizza, thanks for gifting a sub. Let's jump into the next game. All right, C4. You know it. Start with that. Let's get the fianchetto going. Okay, so we got a symmetrical English here, which is fun. So there's a couple ways to play it. Both sides are maybe considering doing this. So I have the option. I can go D3, sort of let him do that idea. Or I could be the one to do it myself. With the white pieces, normally you kind of want to be the one. I know it looks scary, but keep in mind, his knight doesn't have useful squares to move to. And knight e8 or knight h5, I move my queen, and is the knight happy on either of those squares? Not really. Queen b6. So c5 is probably, I would say, a good move. Queen takes, pawn takes already looks wrong for him. It already feels like maybe an advantage for me. Takes, bishop e3, for example. Right? And I don't know. It's a little bit awkward to defend that. So, and everything looks decent. Let's go bishop e3. You know, rook a6. Doesn't look great. See if he does it. Yep. Rook a6. And now we have to just be a little careful. Knight g4 is an idea to hit our bishop. We want to make sure we have answers to this stuff. Bishop d2 looks fine. And another one is rook c1. Kind of liking that. Knight here, bishop takes, rook takes a2. Feels like too much. Let's go for rook d1. Knight here, maybe bishop d4. Here we go. Bishop to d4. Seems like a good one. His bishop has trouble moving. Bishop d2, though, is the other move I'm considering. Just because it doesn't trade pieces. Kind of like that. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. I know I'm no longer attacking this, but if knight here, we have b3, nice and easy. Knight d5 looks like a great move to get in. And the structure that I'll tell you I want right now is pawn on a4, pawn on b3, rook c1. That is goals, dreams. Because then I don't have to worry about my a pawn. With these two pawns here, that pawn is a fixed target. And then b3 just supports the two pawns and everything's protected. So that's why I went back. He doesn't want to see knight d5. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Let's go for a4, trying to execute the plan I was telling you guys about. Knight e5 and b3. Now we have this, and the next move, which is going to feel great, is rook to c1, or rook b1. Let's have a think here. Knight d5 seems to make some threats. Or sorry, knight d4 rather. So I'm going to start with just rook b1. I know it looks kind of passive, but I just think that this whole arrangement over there is really, really bad. D5 still not possible. I want to move this bishop, but the damn knight's attacked. Solution, move the knight. Bishop here and bishop here both look annoying. And knight d4 looks like it loses something. It looks very wrong, to say the least. It looks very wrong. Okay, so takes, bishop g5, f6. He's somehow not completely losing right away. But it does look like he's about to. If we start with bishop g5, that looks much more convincing. But we have to reckon with a few things. Knight e2 check. First of all, f6, right? Plain and simple. I think it does work, but this is some calculation. Here, bishop there, f6, you know, bishop f4. It's a good position for me, but it's not crushing. I actually think that this move does the job. We're threatening to win a piece, so he only has a few options. If f6, then I was surprisingly going to play bishop e3. So here, I know my move, it's king here. Now, two things are attacked, which means he's probably gonna go f6, right? Yeah, and now I bring my bishop, well, to be honest, I can bring it anywhere, here, but I just bring it back, and this knight, I don't think has anywhere to go. So we end up trapping his piece. Meanwhile, all our pieces are beautifully positioned here. Bishops are open. I mean, he's got bishops trapped. Rook is pretty much trapped. And yeah, this knight dominates the knight on e2, which is a little overextended now. So he got a couple pawns for his knight there, but I mean, look at the quality of the remaining pieces and pawns that he has. Doubling the rooks looks like a great start on this pawn. Again, notice how effective this pawn structure is. Just bottling that rook up on a6 looks really nasty here. You see how quickly the position collapses. Yeah, it's just very unpleasant to play. GG. Okay, so we got a symmetrical English where we got the move d4 in. I think white's always going to be a bit better here. Pretty normal for black to play d6, though. d6, you know, there's some bishop e6 ideas, stuff like that. But yeah, d6 is the move here, as far as I'm concerned. He did queen b6, and I know c5 is a big-time move, but queen takes and bishop e3, this is always going to be good. Yeah. And a4 here is it's a really nasty move. a4 and b3. And then white has a pretty commanding advantage. Yeah. There we go. And thank you, by the way. I'm not sure if that was Ralph kicking in there or if someone else got signed up to Green Chef. So we're at 9. There we go. We're at 9. Thank you to whomever that was. Is this an English speedrun? Yeah, English with the white pieces, that's for sure. With black, we're playing e6, so we're playing the French. And here we go. e6. Time for the French. And the French has never looked so good. I mean, right? This is the French exchange just on crack here. Like this, this is so much better. Let's go c6. That's a really effective way of handling that bishop. We just want to get castled. ASAP. Try to bring a rook to e8. Okay, so I'm trying to think, how does he want to develop here? And I want to choose the most annoying thing against it. So what I think is that he wants to develop that bishop here. Okay. And then he has to castle because my rook is coming in. Now I'm thinking he wants to lay bishop there. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe I can sort of slow him down with this move. Queen c7. Just try to be annoying. And he's played this, but I think that bishop on c1 is going to be suffering in terms of development. Okay. This bishop is something we can kind of poke and prod. Let's keep developing. a5 I like. Same with knight c5. Yeah, I really like this stuff. So queen e1. d4 is playable, by the way. Hitting that knight. But I'm not exactly sure what we do after that. Thinking of knight c5 and a5. Meanwhile, what is my opponent up to? This doesn't look great because it's pinned, so f5 can never happen. Maybe queen here, f5, and try to sack. I mean, it's a little outlandish, but... Hey, where's my music? Hey. Looks like it just cut out in the set. Like, what? Where'd it go? Just paused. Yeah, I like a5, knight c5, b5, these sort of moves. But you always want to make sure to take into account what your opponent might be thinking. So for example, if he's thinking of this, b4 would win a piece. So that's got me thinking b5. Trying to catch him, maybe, you know, playing a little too risque. Plus, b5 is nice because it supports, you know, the idea of a5, which is great. I think he wants this next. Let's go a5. We want this. If he takes, he's opening that up. Whoa. Giving me a free piece here? What was that all about? Okay. I mean, sure. Definitely did not have to do that. Knight a4 is on my mind, but of course, I don't want to allow that. So that's my focus right now. Not allowing that. I'm gonna go queen d8. Knight d4, bishop d7. Still, I want to go knight a4. That looks like a good move. Go here, so we can play c5, d4. Going to protect that pawn so that this doesn't work. And yeah, once I block that bishop out, which is quite annoying, I think my position is comfortable. I like that move from him. I like it. I think it's good. Let's threaten the bishop. And maybe knight g6 next. It's all about just dealing with that dark square bishop. The rest of his pieces are not placed in a very dangerous fashion. Okay, probably here. Yeah. Now I think the knight comes here, blockade. That knight has nowhere to go. Bishop's kind of blocked out. And let's not forget, I'm up a piece. I'm up a piece. Maybe a4. I like queen e5. Knight b6 appears to be winning another pawn here. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. So we nabbed a pawn there. Now it's a full piece. He doesn't even have an extra pawn for it. Full extra piece. d4. We'd be happy enough with that trade. Just simplifying. Trying to get rid of my weakness. Knight into c3 next. I'm also threatening this pawn. That was friendly. I think we'll go for this. Knight d5 and queen takes f4. That sort of stuff. Queen trade. I spy a queen trade. And this position should be very pre-movable. His king can't enter, so even if he plays c3, I think c4 is still the right move. Notice how his king can't enter here, so we're not really giving it the time of day. And again, if I started moving my knight earlier, I don't know, like, it would be possible to maybe mess it up or something. But I like that, you know, because we've done it this way, it doesn't really leave any room for error. We got, got rid of all his pawns. Nice and easy. Push them all forward. And if it's all with, I always like to get the knight the hell out of trouble, so just bring it away. Queen your pawn. And to be proper, we'll do like this, so that there's no chance of stalemate. And I mean, it's all with pre-moves, so I've essentially chosen a pre-move path where nothing could have gone wrong. Wasn't the most effective. It wasn't the most efficient. Maybe it was the most effective. But right here, I think a lot of people would take a different approach to win this. Okay, you only have 6 seconds, so you got to be careful. But once you sort of notice that the king can't infiltrate in either direction, and there's no like g5 pawn push where you're gonna have to react to it, nothing like that. Right? All he can do is push a pawn into nothing, can never go here. His only entry is this way. So here, That's why I started just bringing my king up. Right? And now I know, again, the only entry is here. It just makes my life way easier. Whereas, you know, you could see someone here go like knight here, right? Knight here, going to take that pawn. But then all of a sudden, you know, this stuff happened. And, you know, this is like, this is not clean. You know, all of a sudden, there's no way I'm doing this with perfect pre-move. So I'm probably down to like 2 seconds already. So I'm just saying there's some efficiency to be had with the final stage of the game. Thank you, Maprail, for the gifted sub. Cheers, buddy. Good to have Maprail here. We haven't really, I don't think we've seen Maprail miss a speedrun stream. Goldstones, you can enable it in your settings. Enable pre-moves. Yeah. You can enable pre-moves. But there's no setting for multiple pre-moves. So if pre-moves are enabled, you can always do multiple. Maybe you're playing from your phone. A lot of people play on their phone. You can't do multiple pre-moves on your phone. That's the only thing. It's a good app. Chess.com app on the phone. So I get it. I get it. All right, let's jump into another one here. Learning the French, Maprail. Keeping it simple. I tell you, if you can handle the exchange French, it's probably worth like 200-300 points right there. Everyone plays the exchange French. Everyone. Okay. Hey, we were just in Kazakhstan. Let's play c4. I'm going to go for this kind of setup. If he takes, I'll probably look to take it right back. All right, let's capture. Whenever c5 happens, I'm usually taking and playing d4. That way I'm indicating that I'd love to play an isolated pawn position as white. I would love that. And c4, oh. b3 stands out. b3 stands out to me. I think my structure is a bit better here, right? I've got 1 and 2 pawn islands. My opponent has 3. Usually a good indication. Good point of reference. And I know this might look a little weird, but I'm going to go here. And I'm totally planning to give this up. Because I see this pawn. I see there's no way that other pawns can defend it. It's just not possible. So what I'm interested in doing is pressuring it as much as I can. With this bishop, this knight, and hopefully this knight down the line somehow. If I leave him with a dark square bishop, it can't help defend it. This bishop also can't help attack it. So the best I can do is take away a piece that does. Nice move, knight a5. He wants to use this square. He's got his own ideas, right? He's got his own ideas. Where do we want to put this thing? c2. We'll put it to c2 for the moment. Still intending this. He's got to be a little careful that that pawn's a bit of a precarious position. I'm looking at knight d2. Knight d2 looks half decent here. Surprisingly, there is also a move like knight takes d5. It's not that great, but it is playable. So I'm looking at moves like that. Simple e3 takes on e5. kind of nice actually. Let's take. I'm gonna continue my plan from earlier of getting rid of that. So now this pawn is a bit of a target, and I think I'm just gonna try to play with that. Bring the rook over. Rook b1 is running into knight a3 all the time, at least for the moment, so that's why I've been a little cautious. And I'd love to just trade pieces down, especially his strong knight. This pawn is my long-term target. Hey, Squirrely. That's right. I like this one. It's a slow move, but sometimes positions need slow moves. Even the spicy ones. That is a, speaking of spicy ones, that's a real dangerous move. Takes, you know, knight takes e3, for example. So I'm looking at the c5 square now that I see that. Try to get a knight there, but if I go right away, b4 and the same trick. So it's an indication that I need to move this queen. It needs to go. And for sure, we don't want to take that. It's all about this pawn. Nick. Look at that. Thanks so much, Nick. 10 gifted subs. Cheers, buddy. I think, do we swing on in? Let's do it. Hang on a sec. Not possible, right? Close, but not possible. Let's go here. And thanks for the subs, Nick. Really appreciate it, buddy. We want to get in there. So something to c5. Which knight? It's actually maybe a close call. I'll say this one. Makes more sense, right? Knight from the side of the board, from the worst square. Gets on in there. Here, kind of thinking knight a3 happens. Let's take and try to keep it more simple with knight d2. I'm sensing my my opponent is putting together a good game here, and we need to try to play less thoughtful moves and more moves. Higher number of moves, more quantity, less quality. So I'm going to take, although this pawn's not weak anymore, it's the burden has kind of shifted to that one. The reason why it's not as good for me is that one is easier to defend, much easier for him. You see, he's starting to get those moves in as well. You can tell we're dealing with a strong player here. He's played a good game so far. Although he's got these pawns here, they're probably surprisingly mobile. We'll play bishop back. So these pawns are contained for the moment, which is why maybe it's reasonable to think we can kind of play this position a bit. Right? King e6, e4. h4, g4. g5. So he should play this instead of letting me go back bishop b3, but still, I don't think it really helps him at this point. But me playing bishop b3 is great because now I don't even have to worry. 3 connected pass pawns. But yeah, I mean, he really played a complete game there. It's just like, I don't know. Really dropped off for him there in the final bishop endgame. So yeah, we'll just stop the bishop from communicating there and then march up the board and insult to injury after he takes. We're just going to take back. Very good game. Really nice game. Well played to Buddy. Even looking back over that game, you know, I wanted to do this, and definitely, you know, after b3, white should stand a bit better here, but nothing crazy. So he did this, which I felt was actually wrong. I mentioned my other moves, but instead I chose kind of a bit of soft continuation here. b5 was a cool move. a6, solidify. He let my knights in, and then after this, you know, easy game for him. He just trades. So he really put together a great game, I thought. Also, keep in mind, moves like rook c3, rook takes, queen takes, because of the pin. So he kind of has to just trade everything here. And, okay, it's obviously dead even, but surprisingly, this was the part where he kind of messed it up. He played really well, though. Really good game. Nick, thanks again for the 10 subs, buddy. Came in during that game there. There was someone else who was saying, I think it was Andre. Shout out to Andre. He gifted 5 subs, and then he said he went to sleep, woke up, and he had a sub himself when he woke up. So, you know, karma. It all comes back around. Ray, thanks for the brand new Prime, man. Ray Mass, thanks for the Prime sub. 5 lives, 25 months. Lendrick7, appreciate the 3 months with Twitch Prime. And of course, Nits at Prime. Dustin, holy cow, 91. 91. Welcome back. Good to see you here, Dustin. We found a way to win that, eh? The opposite bishop endgame. Can't be too careful here as black. King e6, e4. He played the right move, maybe g5, but g4 was certainly not the move. Seems like, you know, he played a good game, but his end games could really use some work. His end games could really use some work, honestly. But that's normal, eh? He's 1600, man. GG. We got him out of here, Nick. We got him out of here, bud. Tier 3, 27 months from Meta Nick. I do it for you guys. Oh, we're playing against an Albanian. We're playing against an Albanian, and we get the French. Exchange. What else? What else? All right, after knight there, I'm going to play c6 and go for this very, very standard setup. You know, nice and simple. If bishop d3, which is more desirable, I'm hitting him with a check. Let's start with h6. Little oil check here. See what he's up to. If g5, bishop g3, he's kind of okay there, so. We want knight d7. And, I mean, this pawn structure against the knight on c3 is just good. Really is. Oh! Oh, buddy! Oh, geez, and I almost pre-moved knight d7, but I didn't. I held back. I held back. You saw me. I was about to drop that thing, but no. I did not drop it on d7. Queen d2. Okay. Let's ask the chat. Not what would you do here if you were me, but what would you do if it were you? Not what would you do if it were me. It's easy to be like, oh, of course I'd give him a take back, bro. If it's not your game. What would you do if it was you? It was your rating points. And you were playing a random person. Would you guys take the rook on f1 and move on? Would anyone offer a draw? And I would say anyone who says yes to this question, the subset of that is how many liars are there? 90%? I am definitely in the bishop takes f1 camp, strongly. I'm a big bishop takes f1 kind of guy. And after knight takes, rook takes e2, it's possible he loses even more material. Bishop a5 is available, but he's going to resign there. And, well, that's off the back of a mouse slip. But we take those. Because think of it this way. You could try to be a nice guy. But I don't know, man. I think that's just part of the game. You know, the mouse speed. There's a fine line. If this was in a tournament and I was playing Magnus Carlsen and that happened, I can see myself offering a draw, you know, to the GOAT. Offer a draw to the GOAT. But if I'm playing Altini from Albania in a speed run, I can see myself taking the rook. Professor EXP. 22 months. Thanks, Professor. What would I do against Hickey? I would ask him why he's not resigning. Okay, on to the next one, guys. We won't dawdle on this game. Got to keep it moving. E5. I mean, E5 is the main move against the Sicilian because guess what? White didn't take the center. We're kind of preventing black from doing D5, although according to the speedrun, we're not. So E5 makes the most sense. So that's why E5 is the main move. Looking like an E3 vibe. I like knight f3 instead of knight e2, by the way. I also like bishop e6. Isn't he blundering a piece here? The old classic blunderski. We're putting together some quick wins here. Okay, 94. Admittedly, we have to make sure we find the right move here. But here's one tip that I'll say. Here's a tip for you guys. I find that in positions like this sometimes, knight e4 happens and you lose sight of what you just did. You just forked these two pieces. If it was his turn here, he can't save a piece. If it's your turn, he can't save a piece, obviously. So you're winning a piece no matter what, even if it's his turn. So after knight e4, what I see a lot of people do is they'll take one of these pieces. You have to remember that you just forked him, and that was going to be a winning threat on its own. So leave that to one side. This will be there as soon as you deal with what he did. Just deal with the new idea. He just played knight e4. Just deal with that. This is going to be waiting for you at the end. The worst thing you can do is try to take one of these pieces, then it gets all messy, and you're like, wait a minute, I thought I was winning a piece, man. No. Knight e4, let's just deal with that move. Right? How do we react to this? Bishop to d2 looks like the simplest way to handle it, right? Just simple. Bishop d5. There we go. Now we're winning our stuff. My opponent is offering me a draw every turn, by the way. Every move is offering a draw. And every move I'm declining, like a Chad. It's going from bad to worse for the guy. Instead of taking this, might have to come back here first. Just to remove him from my apartment, and then I'll take the rook. Maybe we'll give him a little taste of a draw. He's offering a draw. He really wants it. We'll give him a taste, bishop g2. And then we'll remind him that we're the alpha here. And the alpha dog has to eat. I want to back rank mate the lad. What is up with that? King? F8, eh? Alright. I think we keep it simple. Knight f5, offer trades. Here goes nothing. If only there was a nice checkmate pattern here. I don't see it. I don't see it. What is the queen doing? That's the problem. I mean, it's an aggressively placed queen, but it's not going to win the game on its own, sadly. My friend, that is a checkmate. But we already know, in positions like this, we can't just settle for checkmate. He's like, aha, he blundered. And we had knight c5. Let's trade the queens off. My buddy, I promise you, you will resign this game. I can promise you, you will resign. Resign or timeout? I don't think... Can you do that? Professor EXP? I think you're trying to get me... offering a draw and get it accepted. I can't offer a draw and take it back. You take it back. Yeah, resign and take it back. Resign, say it back. It is Phoenix. It is. So there's something that that feels really funny to do. If you ever have enough time for this, I highly recommend it. So you're crushing someone like this. Clearly, they want to keep playing chess because they're tilted. They're not just going to log off and leave forever. They want to play another game. But they don't want to resign against you. So when their clock starts ticking down, add more time to their clock. Now you have to be a no-lifer for this. But it's very enjoyable if you already have no life. Just keep adding time to their clock. So they'll log out. They'll be like, oh, whatever. Screw that game or something. Keep adding time. They log back in 30 minutes later, fresh, not tilted. And they're like, God damn it. This game is still here. And you force them to resign. You force them to sit there and endure the entire game with you. This guy could log in a week later. He's got to look at this position. He's got to submit to me. He's got to resign. You see? He did the old, oh, I'm disconnected. Haha. He did the old, I'm disconnected trick. And then tried to pull a fast one. You see? He was never going quietly. He was never going quietly. He was never going quietly, was he? Yeah, no, this guy's a squirmer, for sure. Yeah. He wasn't gonna go quietly. You did the time thing before Moshon 27? Hey, I'm telling you. Real ones know about that. That's a level of disrespect people aspire to get to. If you get distracted and lose on time, that's your fault. You have to be committed. If you start adding time, you got to be committed. You got to have things pre-moved, or you got to have sound on really loud and go do something else. Leave the tab open. That's the thing. If you're a no-lifer, and I've been there before, you know, just grinding chess.com. I did this during university, which is why eventually I dropped out and went to go pursue chess full time. I was no-lifing chess hardcore. I improved a lot because of it. But for sure, if someone was doing this to me, I'm adding time for eternity. I'm adding like a day of time. Like 24 hours worth of seconds. And then I'm turning the volume up on that tab. I'm putting it on another screen. And then I'm just going to do something else. Right? Then I'll log on another account or something. I can move on. Just gonna leave that tab over there. There's no way I will lose this battle of egos with a random person on the internet. Absolutely not. And what actually happened in this game, I can't remember. Oh yeah, hey, we won a piece. We won a piece in the opening. Bishop e6 was not the right move. But yeah, d4 is our idea. Castle. I haven't got a chance to really show you guys this because honestly, people keep blundering. Jokes 1224. Thanks for the 3 months there, Jokes. And Sadist 2013 just subbed with Prime. Absolutely great timing. You're clearly in the right stream. Okay, let's go c4. Hey! Hey! He beat me to it. All right, we'll play knight f3. I think we might need to play d4. I would play d3 if he did d5, c5, that sort of stuff, but based on what I'm seeing, d3, he might go e5. Let's go knight c3 to start. All right. Honestly, reasonable move defending the bishop there. Let's take control of that square. This move is not possible, and you can never really allow me to play e5 like that. That doesn't sit well. All right, so our position should be quite good here. Should be good. But knight g5 might be the next move, you know? I don't think I want to allow this knight to trade. I can't allow that. The guy's got no space here. Let's prevent that. There we go. Add some support here. Ooh. That move doesn't look good. The rooks are in the center. I think we're thriving here. Okay, let's start by taking. I'd love to unleash my bishop on that pawn. So, knight h2. c6. Almost looks forced here, guys. Almost looks forced. And we love to see that move. f5. Because I know he wants to put a knight on e6 here. This also connects, you know, all my pawns very nicely. Knight h2 was nice and multi-purpose. It allowed f4, and it made a threat. You notice, like, he just doesn't have space to put his pieces. That's the tough part about his position. f5 looks great next. Okay. Bishop b4. Meaning, I think he just wants to trade pieces because he's so cramped, honestly. And if he takes, then maybe he can play c5 because that pawn won't be hanging. Maybe. I still think it's probably not the right idea. I'm gonna go knight here. Still, that gets met by f5. Plus, the knight wants to come back to probably the e3 square. That knight has nowhere to go. Let's go here. A3 looks nice. Takes, we can take back either way and then recapture on d4. I think this one, just so my queen stays defending that. I think we're very close to being able to, I mean, I could probably play it now and it would still be winning. Now the bishop's not there, so I don't need my queen here. I'm going to tease the idea of knight takes h6. I mean, knight takes h6 looks really nice. But maybe even nicer is start with that move. After that, I'm looking at h5. That's the one move that's giving me pause. So I am kind of considering this first, so that our bishop is also on the f6 square. And then going for all of that. And I think we want to start with this, so that we have knight takes here next. Now, of course, he shouldn't want to take. But you notice how, if that knight was back here, he could sack, a bunch of times for that pawn. Maybe survive here. He's definitely dead, but that's also why I wanted the bishop to be on that square. There we go. And we crash through. Thanks, Peter. Peter Tija 31, 42 months. Cheers, Peter. Appreciate the sub from you. Giant Space Octopus. $20 dono. Thank you. It looks like a song request. I'm not doing song requests. Almost never do song requests during speed runs, but you got a house credit, buddy. So if I'm ever not doing a speed run, just say the word. I remember your username. Just say the word and we'll do a song then. But yeah, usually don't do song requests during speed runs. Just want to keep the same energy, same music throughout. And it takes some time to switch and do song requests, and kind of ruins the rhythm. So sorry about that. But yeah, house credit, buddy. Let me know another time. All right. We're at 1750. 1750. We're moving on up, looking for 1800. We just played in 1800. And in general, we've been playing some tough guys. We had some easy games, which has been fortunate. right? The last couple games, there's been peace blunders, early wins. It's been good. This set is really good. The last one is really good. Yesterday, I was playing a set that was just absolutely thumping. This set, just as good. But it is a different one. No, Wee Pizza. I don't think so. There's a hockey game tonight that that I'm going to be going to. The Leafs play. So I'll be at the hockey game tonight. I'll be streaming till the late title Tuesday. And then Eric's going to jump on and do the late TT with you guys. Moshon 27. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub, buddy. I know, Canadian at a hockey game. Unbelievable, right? Thanks, Chanel. I am a bit Canadian, bud. All the hockey, the hockey accent. That's when you know someone's Canadian. When they roll in and, oh, hey there, bud. Oh yeah, bud. And then there's the other hockey bros. Like, those are just Canadians, but the hockey bros really lean back, you know, and they're just like, oh yeah, maybe Joshy can maybe Scoots or Betty, maybe Connor or McSorley, maybe they could pull through, man. Yeah, that should be tight. That should be great. Like, they're like a little bit high. So it's like a Canadian accent mixed with a little bit of marijuana. But not too much of the Canadian stereotypes. Just the A and the, I think it's just the laziness. You just kind of speak, the words just kind of dribble out of your mouth. It's like the words are inconveniencing you because they have to leave your mouth. It's actually brain damage. That might be boxing. Yeah, he showed up the other day, Mattis. Bando the bully. There we go. There we go. All right, let's keep it going, guys. 1750. Another 5-minute game, and darn it, if this isn't the highest rated player we've played. C4, and we're going to keep going with our Fianchetto. Usually when I see E6 or C6, I've started playing this move first, and that's to meet this with a potential B3. Here, I have queen to A4 check, so I'm just going to complete this. But I'm trying to avoid positions where it takes and B5 happens. So now I'll play B3. D3, I mean D4 is another way to play, but I'll keep it English centric with D3. C5 will take, and if pawn takes, then we'll go D4. And this is at least we get the imbalance we want, kind of. Get to play against some hanging pawns, perhaps. Bring a rook over, maybe E3. Now, these knights, although they look quite impressive, might actually not be placed very well. Let's go here. Rook C8 will bring our queen back. Yeah, there's a knight E5 move that can happen. I'm thinking here. Probably e3 makes sense. Take. Be a little careful about some things like this. Takes and knight g4 is like a little murky. Little murky. Would have to give up a rook there, and still a nasty position. Takes, and that. So if I could, sack the rook, that'd be fantastic. But in that particular case, might have led to just a k to the O. Which means that I'm probably going to take. Yeah. I've decided. Can't allow that. Can't allow that. Yeah, there's knight e5 and knight d2. Go for this one. Takes. It's a little shaky. I like that move for him. Let's play this. And probably take next move to open up my bishop. Yeah, this looks right. Okay, so pawns definitely look a little loose for him. His bishop doesn't look great. If I take, I think he has to take with the pawn. Queen takes just drops that. So I think taking already looks good. Right? This is a very strong position now. His bishop on b8 is atrocious. Yeah, we can't ask for anything more than this. Okay, let's get on a light square. Maybe h4 next. Okay, he has a one mover here. Let's just defend that. I'm up a pawn. The endgame looks fantastic, so any trade here would be very good for me. Now if he takes, we take back. His queen is not able to access any of those squares. So for the moment, that's kind of a non-issue. And we want to double. If he takes, he can't play rook d8 at the end, which is nice. Okay, so after this, so I think rook here. And then rook over to d2 next. What is good about the endgame? Well, black's pawns, first of all, he's got a pawn fixed on a dark square. Same with that bishop. All my pawns nice on the light squares. So I know that his bishop is not going to be an issue for me. I've got this pawn blockaded. This bishop is pretty poorly placed. My king has a fast track to the middle to attack both of these pawns. But all that put together is a pretty nice endgame. Queen d5 or queen b7 look like nice moves. Also h4. It seems like h4 doesn't really do anything, but he can't play h5. And if I get to play h4, h5, then if he plays g6, I have h6. And if he plays h6 with my pawn here, king h7 doesn't really feel secure because I'm controlling g6. So it's just one of those moves that, h5 kind of bothers the king side a little bit. And it's on a light square, so it's really easy for me to protect that or support it later with g4, but rook d8 is an unfortunate blunder. I feel like it's the move he wants to do. This one I also don't really understand because I want to play h5. He just goes back. We're slowly encroaching here. I think queen d5 is ultimately a very, very good move. Knight on c4 is so dominant here. It's incredibly, incredibly strong. Yeah, rook takes c7, unfortunately. So he has to take that way, which I don't think he's enthused by. I'm going to take the slow approach and go a4. This pawn can be defended by rook d3, and both of these pawns now look pretty bad. The bishop moves, knight d6 will win. Trying to get the other rook down there. And now this is hopeless. But okay, it's been positionally dominant for a while. But yeah, you see these pawns are just the absolute worst for this bishop. The knight dominates the board here. I would never want to trade the knight for the bishop, basically. Now, this will be a free bishop at some point down the line. Like maybe now. I'm actually thinking that that takes here might even be playable. Like really, instead of taking the bishop, I think that might have been the better move. But this should do the trick. It's very difficult to prevent, actually. Nice. Good game, good game. Did I have checkmate there? Well, I had some good moves, and I should have maybe checked and then done this immediately, but I don't think there was mate because I go check, check, and when the king's in the corner, I'll win the game for sure, but I still have to get my knight around, you know, to find the right square. And with the rooks there, I'm pretty sure that rook takes h7 is a winner. Like this. Because the reason that it's winning is because I'm trying to go rook here, h6 and mate. That's like a checkmating pattern, which is good to know. And so I had a feeling that this might be a mate, but I was like, I got low time here. Don't want to chance it. Do opponents get points refunded when GMs do speedruns? Definitely. They do. But when IMs do speedruns, they don't get refunded because you're supposed to be able to beat them. But GMs, definitely, yeah. And it's written on my profile. It says, you know, this is a speedrun account. You get your points refunded. So, it's out there. Giant Space Octopus, thanks for the gifted sub. Appreciate it, Giant Space. Thanks a lot, Giant Space, and Alex wins. Alex wins 8. Couple gifted subs there. Pushing for 69. It doesn't say I'm a GM. Well, Goblin, only a GM speedrun account refunds points. So if the account says it refunds points, I must be a GM. Okay, we don't see e4 first, but we might get it now. Some people like to oscillate back and forth, like go back to the e4 openings when they see this, because they want to play against the French. But we're going to get, I'm going to go for my standard position here. Whoa, okay. Look, if I see this, I know that my job is to open the position, and that will always be a good decision. Always. Yeah, those pawns look... They look wrong. They look wrong. I want to go here and bishop b7. h3. See, what the heck is this move? I'm not even threatening bishop there. I don't get it. Knight b4. Looks like a good move. It looks like a great move to him. Good job stopping it. Let's go here. Takes, bring the other rook to d8. Don't forget, you know, I'm looking down the diagonal. For example, takes, knight e5. Oops. Right? I could see that happening. Something doesn't look right here. Knight takes, and then bishop c5, queen b6. I feel like we're winning stuff there. I feel like we're winning stuff there. Well, I'm gonna trust myself, boys. I'm going in. Knight takes d4. Calculation, don't fail me now. This knight's hit, and this knight can't defend it. Can't help. So the only way to defend it is with the queen, or to uncover the queen, or defend it with the bishop. Bishop here, both not possible. So the only way is to defend it with the queen. Bishop e1 blunders knight e3, and bishop c1. Then I just add more pressure with queen b6, and again, the knight's helpless to do anything. So, take this. Hey, those look like great moves, I'm not gonna lie, but you have to defend checkmate. Why is bishop e3 not possible? Well, I had a knight on d5. Oh, if you mean like, what was it? Bishop d4 check, bishop e3? Or no, I took the knight here, so actually I don't even think bishop e3 would have ever been possible. Let's take. And if rook takes, rook d8, I'm not seeing how you're dealing with that. I think he might have a few moves here, but not ones that really save the position. Just kind of save. How would you guys try to save the position? Because I think my opponent played a very good move here. Rook to c1. Because while we can win a piece here, rook c3 is going to follow. And we're pinned, attacked. We're going to lose something there. Now I am going to play that because at the end of the line, I'm going to be up 2 pawns, and it looks completely winning. But still, it was a good find by him. Takes, rook c3, rook d5, b4, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, rook takes, you know, whatever. You can win your piece, and I'll just play g6, and I'm up 2 pawns in a rook endgame. Looks winning to me. If he did check and rook a8, then I probably would have gone rook f2, g3, rook f3 to win a pawn, keep up with him. Okay, let's start with this. g3 does not feel good for him because then the king gets cut. Now I'm going to go h4. I think it's an important move. Disconnect these pawns. And now king c7 looks like a good idea because then the rook can't attack this and I can go pick up this pawn. Additionally, trying to do something like this, but then he plays rook there. So let's start with this. Lets his king out, but not more than that. The other nice option I have here is that I can play essentially play for g5. Because g5 takes, king takes, I'm gonna have two pawns motoring up the board. That looks pretty good. So lots of ways to win this, but I think I'll probably try the g5 method. The nice thing about my position is that if I go here and here, takes, and his rook is there, and he takes my pawn, then I take this. And there's not a chance that white can allow two connected pass pawns. So the rook must stay on this pawn. So that gives me the freedom to kind of do whatever. And you notice how this move's not possible, that's not possible. King can move wherever in this little box, but that's about it. The rook has to stay there, the king has to stay there. My opponent doesn't have any moves. Would I beat Stockfish in this position? 100%. Amon, are your balls as ginormous as Hikaru's? Daub 20102005. Well, actually, I'm not sure the answer to that question. But since you've been over there hugging them for a while, perhaps you can let me know the size of Hickey's balls, and then let me know, and I'll cross-reference that with the measurements that I've got over here. Then I'll be able to answer your question. You keep me updated, and golly gee, we'll find our answer. Let's take e5, f5, e4. Again, this is all very pleasant for me. You know, that king, just everything's protected. It's a little protect this, protect that, and it's never ending. This pawn is restricting two of those. Pretty comfortable. So at this point, we've sort of won because we've got the two connected pawns. That's always going to be enough to win. Rook here and here looks decent, but it's not really the way we need to win. And now rook here and takes is simple. I also think this one is just the best. Because you notice how the rook doesn't have a single square to go to, so he has to trade with me. And then we have two pass pawns, and you can't stop both of them. Cannot deal with both of them at once. You know, try to take that, this one queens. King here makes sense. But then I'm essentially going to push one, then push the other. And you can't guard both of them. One of them is going to queen. GG. Smarter World. Thanks for the 21 months, Smarter World. Never even considered giving my prime to anyone else. Thank you, buddy. That's the highest compliment a streamer can get. 4-inch circumference. Oh my goodness. Those are massive. Those are massive. Does he have to check those things in when he boards a plane? I don't think I can compete with that. Resigning does make sense here. Yeah, just because he can see the pawns going. All right, next one. This is for sure the highest rated player we've played. And against C4, he's playing this. Gosh, they never learn. This is a bad opening. You can't play this way. This is not good. Okay, so D5 and E5 look good here. I think I'm going to go D5, pawn takes, and then I'm going to hit him with what I hope is annoying, E5. You know, knight here, H3, not clear where he's going. Knight there, well then I'm taking this. So we have bishop to B5 check, of course, but he's so far behind in development here, that's the thing. It's like, this should be possible to play the way he's playing. Bishop here, bishop here. His next move is most likely this. If we're here, then we're kind of pinned. So I'm actually going to go here. And if bishop here. Okay, we don't have to play knight f4, but at least it's an option later. Good to know. So his knight can't develop. I'm feeling good about my chances here. He wants to go queen here and rook over, I suppose, as his next idea. But we're ready to play knight f4. It's looking awful lot like that move works or something of the sort. A3, B4 is also going to be good here. Also, queen A4 takes rook D1. How is that? That kind of looks good. Yeah, that looks really good, actually. Like, this is the move I wanted to play, but I always kind of ruled it out because I was like, wait a minute, my knight. But with rook D1 coming next, and also after you take, it's not like you get a knight, a bishop, and a rook. You also lose your bishop at the end on e4. So ends up being a good trade for me. And knight d4 is not possible because it's pinned. b5 takes is probably the interesting move. Here, 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 and here doesn't really work. So I think this is the way to go, but I can't imagine that not working out for me. Bishop c5 at the end. But yeah, in my opinion, this is the only move worth trying. Because you want to take here, sack your queen, but then you lose your bishop. So at least this way, you don't, like, you know, that doesn't happen, but I think he must have missed b5 because it's the same idea that he was trying to do, honestly. Exact same idea, just, I think, better. Same but better, baby. Okay, we can go here, but he does get castled. You know, takes, rook takes. That doesn't feel like anything. So let's go rook here. Try to get maybe a rook d7 move. e6 we still want to play, probably next. h4 to make sure we have space for our king, or g3. But yeah, h4 is a good move we want to do next. g3, h4. Wow, that is a spicy move. Well, I'm not interested in taking, really. I'll give a check. Okay. Got my escape square. g3 I do want to play. That move looks kind of good. You know, it's got some threats here. But I can get h6 at the end. So let's go here. Everybody's coming to the king side to say hi here. Everyone's coming to say hi, bud. Here we go. Yeah, this is... I'm not sure this is a move you can come back from. Rook g8 takes anyway, and queen h6. Rook e8, just take. Check. And check. And checkmate. There we go. We had a nice KO to welcome our potentially Brazilian, Portuguese viewers. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the raid there. Chess.com Portuguese. Welcome, gang. What was going on the channel there? Was it Tata Steel coverage? Was Creekor doing the coverage? I've seen Creekor do some stuff, but usually it's maybe a national master, I think. Tikavase, thanks for the 7 months with Prime. Yeah, appreciate the raid there, Chess.com Portuguese. What's up, everybody? We're doing a speed run here. We're hiding. battling the 1900s. You're here for the music. The music, I have that. I do have music here. And it's not bad, not gonna lie. The chess, no promises. But the music is solid. We're also at 1781. 1781. Why do I play 5-minute games? More time to explain. I think the quality is a little higher. People want to see a high quality game when they're trying to learn an opening, rather than just a flag fest, stuff like that. So welcome, guys. If you just got here from the raid, hope you enjoy. We're going for 1800 here in the speed run. Additionally, if you're sitting there in the crowd, lurking, watching, maybe having a good time liking the music, click the follow button on the channel. We stream every day. I'm going to be handing off to my buddy Eric, who's another Grandmaster from Canada. He's going to play the Title Tuesday late edition at 5 p.m. in a couple hours. So you'll see him soon. But I appreciate all the follows. If you guys aren't following the channel, or maybe if you haven't found our YouTube channels, exclamation mark YouTube, they're free to follow. Or I should say subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Free to do and helps us out. Let's see if we can't get this 1800 though. Oli Pauls, thanks for the 18 months. Oli Paulson, appreciate it. Let's keep going. Another 5-minute game. Okay. With the black pieces, we are playing the French. White, we start with c4, but black, we play the French. Wow. It took all the way up to, 17, 1800, but here we go. We're seeing win hour, which is not the most common. I have been showing you guys this knight e7 move. Instead of c5, c5 is the main line. I've been showing you this knight e7 and bishop a6 idea, which I think is really comfortable. The idea is to trade the light squared bishop as soon as possible. Like, get that thing off the board, basically. And then play on the light squares. Queen d7, h5, knight f5. h5 to control the g4 square, so I can play knight to f5. And we have an option here. Knight f5 straight away does look fine. I think we'll do that. We can take this way, swing the knight to e6 like a blockade. But bishop a3, it might be hard to get my king to safety. That's one thing. That's one thing. And then the other way is like this, where it's not necessarily the plan to do that. So I'm going to choose this one. This one looks spicier. Knight to d8. Also, I think I'm going to bring out the set. It's a strong one. Okay, he didn't play bishop a3, guys. I'm going to take this as a sign that I should be castling. Now, c4 can't happen, so I think I'm buying time for knight d8 and knight e6. I have a feeling he's really interested in that. Okay, c5 is an idea. But how can we not play this? I mean, it only makes sense. We've got our knight to the desired square. c5 now. And I'd actually like to play c4. I know it looks weird, but c4, take that. Play on the light squares. Still c4. Rook b8. I'm hitting the a pawn. I like c4 next. Queen b5. Queen c7 and queen takes b5 is another idea. But I'm feeling like queen takes b5 is not good enough. Hey, Bucko Bonsai. What's the one just lower than purple, Bucko? I think I was that one. I was that one for sure. Rook b8 has to be the move here. Queen to a6 helps us even more for doubling. And my next idea, I believe, is c4. Use the b file, queen c6. Queen back, and then c4. I wonder what he's thinking about, because queen d3 only helps me, and queen a6 only helps me. So anything but queen e2 I'd be happy to see. Yeah. Double up. Queen c6. And if he takes, I think pawn takes might be the one to do. All right, what do we think of this position? Queen c4, right? Everything's nice and solid here. A pawn attack, so either a5 or rook over. And our knight has done a tremendous job, but I think it's time to reroute it. For the moment, though, he's offering me this pawn. Rook there. If queen here, he wants to take. I get that. But if queen all the way back to d7, then rook a3 to hit the pawn, then queen b7, I feel like we're kind of just hanging on. Just hanging on. His bishop feels quite useless, honestly. I am a pawn grabber. I'll admit that. I am a filthy pawn grabber. Took on a4. We'll slide over here. Queen takes a1, I don't think was winning, no. b2, queen b1, and the next move for white is bishop c1. And then I can't trust that position to be winning, I think. All right, what are we going to do with this knight? That's the question. Let's start simple. Play a6. Then queen b5. And you see how we're slowly going to get this pawn up to support that. And then we can reroute our pieces. Rook c8, queen c6. Or queen c4. And the nice thing is if he ever moves his queen, b2 is just like, pre-move, basically. It would be good practice to pre-move b2 here, So if he ever moved his queen, b2 would happen. There we go. Okay, well, that was a massive achievement. Now this is protected, so these two pieces, they don't need to be there, right? Now we can switch to this pawn. Maybe queen d3. Knight wants to move now. I'm sure that takes and rook c2 is also completely winning here. I think knight d4 is the move now. I mean, it was good before, but probably now it's like 100% convincing. Before, the king was on e1 guarding the bishop. Now it's like, okay, we understand. But this is the kind of game that you really dream of when you start out against this French. I know it took a while to get there, but essentially the idea of this opening is don't commit too early with c5. Trade light squared bishops, no matter what circumstances. And play on the light squares. Now, it takes some practice for sure to get good at playing positionally, but knight always wanted to be there. We never really wanted to play d4, right? Because I want my pawns kind of on light squares. So this was always my goal. And he was never like trying to attack me in any way, never tried to do anything. That was great. If he did, maybe it would be trickier, but instead he just played on this side of the board and yeah. Now a6, queen b5. We slowly improve the position like this, and now an eventual knight takes d4 will be winning. Sidewinder 1911. Thanks for the 2 months, Sidewinder. And Bucko, appreciate the donation. The coffee was better. The music was better. Everything was better than the chess this morning. It wasn't my time, Bucko. Thanks for the 50. I appreciate it. Eric will be back this evening for a better performance. Let's keep going. Ooh, another Albanian opponent. Let's play the French. Hey, we're starting to get the win hour a little bit more. I mean, it's a very popular opening, but you don't see it too much at the lower elos. I'll do this. Bishop g4 was another way to do it. Another way to play. Some would say the bishop takes h2 is a threat. Some would say. Maybe he's including himself there. Okay, so Bishop g6 perhaps looks like the move we need here. Because this move's going to happen and, you know, then we won't be able to do it. So, yeah, we'll do it now. Knight d7. Got to take with the knight. Take control of those squares. Position's around even. I can't go queen b4 because of the knight. Otherwise, it would be a nice double attack. What options do I have here? All right. Well, let's do something. Let's move a pawn. Let's get shaken here. A3. Then I'm going to start to say hello to c4. Yes, yes. And this knight can go to d7 to take care of those squares. So just with this little a-pawn maneuver, would you look at that, right? It was dead even. Maybe I even prefer white because he's got this nice pawn there, right? But it's dead even. I'm like, man, I got nothing to do here. And all I did was push this a-pawn, and it just totally collapsed his position. He's dead now. Knight here, maybe rook d2. I have to deal with knight e5 there, but it should be good. Let's go back. Knight here, then rook e3. I'm up a full piece here. Should be very, very comfortable. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to find a move for him, honestly. Hey, Ramen. We're good. Going for 1800 in the speed run here. We're quite close, but it's going to take another game after this. Yeah, 928. Honestly, buddy, not too many people have played the French Advanced as of yet and hung on to all their pawns. One guy did. One guy. Except the reason his was okay was he actually still lost the pawn, but he did it on purpose and he played some theory. But it still didn't go well for him that game. So actually, nobody has hung on to the pawn chain in the advanced variation yet. This was the win hour, so a bit of a different line, but huge think here. Huge think. He's really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Ugh. The bottom of the barrel has never looked so good. Rook over, b5 connects everything. There should be enough to win. Yeah, you know, it's always interesting, right? If he had spent some time thinking here, maybe he would have played rook e1. Well, suddenly he's not losing a piece. Instead, he made this move in 1 second, and then he's thinking for 4 minutes now, you know? It just ain't adding up. Always think when you have a dead loss position. That's when your chances are the highest. Hey, Chulam. Haven't seen you in a while, buddy. This is exactly the kind of person where because I know he hasn't disconnected. That's the thing. If he disconnected, then it would abandon. So I know he hasn't disconnected. I know he's right there. Those are the kind of people I add time to, you know? GG. And hello to Neprosto. What's up, buddy? Yep, so that was a good one. Again, just won the piece there. Very even, as you can expect from a French exchange. What to do? Is he going to go back into the French here? No, he's going to stay with d4. Most people do. If you're a d4 player, you're not really going to go into weird e4 territory. Again, I'm sticking with such a simple way to start the game, you know? There we go. That's it. That is it. Takes. Take back. Knight c6 coming. These isolated pawn positions with the bishop on f4 are definitely not as bad. More manageable, I would say. Bishop g5. I feel like we should go here. h6 next. And then either knight d7 or knight c6, kind of depends. He takes. I'm not sure I recommend that. I mean, you don't want to go into these lines. And then you're just giving me the bishop for no reason. I didn't even play h6, right? If he played bishop e2, I would have played h6, and then sure, maybe then take and castle. I get that. But no, the way he's done it, he doesn't, the thing is he doesn't have control over d4 here. Because he doesn't have control over d4, I'm able to get a nice position here. I'm not going to play d4 after he castles because of knight e4, but I think rook d8 here is the way to go. And here, he wants to maybe go there, but didn't want to lose that. So now what I'm thinking is a6. I can play d4, but there's knight e4. I'm thinking a6. And just stay in this position, because it kind of looks uncomfortable for him. He doesn't have control of this. I can always play d4 whenever I want. It might look equal, but at some point I will play d4, and I think it will become clear who has the edge and why. Bring the bishop back. Rook c8, and I can slowly make all the moves that improve my position here, you know? Rook c8, g6, king g7. Notice how I'm thinking about g6 instead of h6. I just took a quick glance at his bishop. Light squared bishop. So notice how I'm going to start going for a lot of light squared pawns. It would make less sense for this pawn to be here and me to have b6 and me to play h6 and f6, right? Then you start to feel really wrong about his light square control. And I mean, it really doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much. Bishop e3, tempting, but after knight takes here, it's in vain. Just bring the queen back. Yeah, it's time for him to start thinking, right? Now that he's lost a piece. Now the d4 move happens, and this should be pretty nasty. Did he hang a knight for no reason? Ding, ding, ding. Yes, he did. Did he hang his queen for no reason? Ding, ding, ding. Yes, he did. And that'll be how we get to 1800. That was surprisingly, I mean, dare I say the word easy? This 17 to 1800 bracket. it felt way easier. A lot of people hung bishops, knights, queens, like hanging things left, right, and center here. That was a lot of hanging stuff, but important to know that, you know, just these isolated pawn positions, they are sometimes more manageable with a bishop on f4. It's just a funny square for a bishop when d4 happens, because it might get attacked. You know, bishop on g5. If it was on g5 already, it would make more sense, right? Or sometimes it's on c1, and it goes here. But on f4, it can look a little funny. And bishop takes f6 was a really, really friendly decision. Yeah, and we just have a very nice position here. So the French continues to be effective, and also, you know, we're getting a lot of Queen's Gambit positions as well. Knight f6, bishop e7, castle. Very simple stuff. Very simple stuff. T-Boils3, thanks for the 15 months, T-Boils. We're close to a few goals here, and we just hit another goal, 1800 in the speed run. So I'll stop for a moment and remind everyone about Green Chef. Guys, I know we can get lucky number 10. A nice smooth number. Green Chef delivers to the US. I mean, guys, I'm in 1800 now. You got to take me seriously. I know at 1700 I was trying to talk about Green Chef, and you're like, okay, buddy, you're 1700, relax, right? But now I'm in 1800. What I say holds real value now. I'm telling you about Green Chef as an 1800 now. Guys, you gotta take me seriously here. Green Chef in the US, you gotta have a US address if you want to take advantage of the promotion. It's 60% off, and you get free shipping. And if you basically get the, I guess, most basic option that Green Chef has to offer, food delivery service, it'll only cost you like 20, 25 bucks just to give it a try. Support us. Use our code POGCHESS60, or you can use the link. They both work. ! Green Chef. You do have to be in the US to receive the order, or to place it, in fact. And you don't have to stay subbed. Once you do it once, you know, you don't have to stay subscribed forever. You can pause it if you want to resume later, or you can just straight up cancel it. It's not difficult to do. And yes, we've been offering some rewards to people who do decide to support us and try out Green Chef. Things like, you know, a 10-minute game, which against the Grandmaster can be particularly insightful. Spots in sub battles, very coveted. So if you're in the US and you want to try some healthier options, they still have meat, by the way. People hear Green Chef and they're like, oh, okay, so it's like, you know, veggie options. It's much more veggie options, but it's not only. So they still have meats there. You can still get your protein in, you know, your chicken, your salmon, but they'll have way more calorie conscious, you know, dietary restrictions taken into account, keto, weight loss, you know, just greener, healthier dishes. Compared to HelloFresh, for example, which I think is just a mix of everything. But Green Chef is way more focused on healthier options. That's right, Chulum. You could have used some Green Chef. Unfortunately, it doesn't deliver all the way out to you, buddy. But Green Chef is owned by HelloFresh, if you didn't know. So that's why the website, Green Chef website, if you use our link, it'll look very familiar. You know, practically the same website. So the price points, the delivery system, you know, you get your food, you get your portions, instructions, all that's the same as HelloFresh. So that part's easy. But if you've been subbed to HelloFresh before, you can still sign up to Green Chef. It won't recognize you as like a, you know, a previous client. So you can still take advantage of the discount. And hey, you get 3-4 meals delivered for 20, 25 bucks and support us. Not bad. You don't have to stay sub forever, like I said. So if you do want to give it a try, it would help us out big time. Plus, we're at 9 out of 10 right now. Get into that clean 10. That's a good place to start. Did I pause the game? No, I guess they show you it looks like the game's in progress with the time highlighted like that, but this game already happened, and was actually pretty short. So take a look at it, guys. At least have a look at the offer. See if you like the meals. You can sort of browse the menu before you decide, hey, I'm going to do this. Give it a look. Give it a look. Oh, Thong Me. That's high energy. Next Green Chef sub, I will match. So you're saying, Thomas, if it gets to 10, then you're going to make it 11. If it gets to 10, we got an 11 confirmed. Do I hear a 12? Do I hear a 12? Any other pledgers? Any other pledgers? Here, if I click the Green Chef link, it looks like this. Number of people, meals per week, right? Let's say, okay, most popular, obviously, but let's say you're choosing the smallest option, right? Veggie, vegan, whatever. Let's say you're choosing the smallest quantity. Like I said, your final bill is 25 bucks, and you're gonna get 3 meals that serve 2 people. So if you're just alone, that's like 6 servings right there. This is for the US, No Sleeps 28. Probably a bunch of Americans in the chat that may need some food delivery. And what I keep stressing is that it truly is low commitment in the sense that, you know, if you try it out and you're thinking, okay, I'll try it out to support these guys, you know? I'll try it out to support the lads. There we go. 10 out of 10. If you're saying I'll try it out to support the lads, I appreciate you. And then, hey, you might end up loving it. You might come back for another week and, you know, the discount code is still in effect. So you enjoy that 60%, man. You enjoy that. We got it, Thong Me. There we go. We got number 10. Was that Mad Physicist? Was that you, buddy? Cheers. Thomas is in there. Oh, thanks so much, the Mad Physicist. It is really low commitment. The food is good. Eric cooked it himself, so you know it's possible for you to cook it. That's a guarantee right there. And yeah, obviously, the more signups, the better. You know, it really helps us out with these sponsors, letting them know, hey, we got people that don't mind trying out a product to support the channel. Chess Dude Guy hanging out. What's up, Chess Dude Guy? I know it's not in Canada. I'm sorry, my fellow Canadians. I'm sorry about that. This is only for the US. You can get it for a friend in the US. You can share the link, by the way. So if you see that link in chat and you're like, oh, I'm in Canada, but, you know, whatever. I got a buddy in the US who might want some food delivered for a cheap price. What happened to HelloFresh? Well, the thing is, you know, we've worked a lot with HelloFresh. I think we did maybe 2 or 3 different promotions with them last year. A lot of people have HelloFresh, especially in this community, because we've done it a few times. Green Chef is a slightly different menu and service, and you can try it out again, take advantage of the code again. But we've worked a lot with HelloFresh, and we may do so again. But as I mentioned, I don't know if you heard their Pleo is that this company is owned by HelloFresh. So Green Chef is like their healthier option subsidiary. That's right, Green Chef, Green Man. And is that Thomas pulling the trigger, or is that someone else? We might have had 2 at once there, guys. I think I saw 2 at once. It was 2. I think that was Thomas as well as another one. Back to back. Semper Fi, my guy. I appreciate you, man. Semper Fi 0351. Michael Miller. Semper Fi and Michael Miller. Let's go. I know we're close to 15. I owe you guys something at 15, and I won't forget that. I said if we get to 15, I would do a segment. Instead of just doing my speed run, I would take the time to show you guys, I think, a pretty useful tool, or just like approach is a better way to say it. A useful approach to studying chess and getting the most out of the speed run. Because one thing to watch it, have a good time, enjoy it, but then I'm done and you're like, okay, I'm the same person I was at the beginning. But I think after I after I show you a thing or two, you guys are gonna find it a little bit easier and less daunting to study chess, and not as challenging either. Like, we got Ramen in here as well. Ramen Roman, Semperfi, Michael Miller. I appreciate you guys a lot. Seriously, let's go. We're getting the signups in. Maybe that was Thomas. Finally, getting wrapped up there with number 14. We're so close. We're so damn close. 14, guys. We're actually, I mean, just one more person and we're right here at 15. Exactly, Thomas. Do they deliver in the Netherlands? So here's the thing. The answer might be yes. I don't actually know, to be quite honest with you. But for example, they deliver in Canada. HelloFresh exists in Canada. I've used it before. I've ordered it. But the link that we have in chat is a US only link. So even if they do deliver in your country, unfortunately, you would have to have an address or be living in the US to be able to use the promotion that we're offering. So yes, there might be Green Chef in the Netherlands, but unfortunately this code won't apply there. It won't work for you. But I appreciate you guys from across the pond, you know, trying to support, maybe thinking about getting on it as well. But yeah, this link is US only. Oh, I like this song. Is the stream over? Definitely not. No, man. We're keeping the stream rocking. We got Title Tuesday coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we're hanging out. Guys, do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? It's 15. Look at that. We got some people signed up, got some green food arriving. 15. Like I said, I owe you guys now. The big 1-5 salty. Hey, seriously, to everyone who just signed up, know that I really appreciate it. Not only giving it a go to support us and help out the channel with our current sponsor here, you know, putting the good foot forward, but also, hey, getting a good deal. Like, I legitimately think it's a good offer. 60% off, free shipping. It's low commitment, and again, you don't have to stay subscribed to Green Chef. You know, after you get 1 week, you can cancel it and just opt out. We'll have shirts. A load of shirts are rare. So anyway, thanks very much, guys. Little Green Chef plug there. Little Green Chef plug. Happy to get some people signed up. We're at 15. One of the things that I was talking about at 15 signups was, you know, basically it's like an approach, a better approach to studying, and how you might be able to look at my speedrun and actually learn a thing or two without doing that much work. Normally, when you think about learning and studying, you're like, okay, I might use the chess.com tools, which are great. I might get a coach, also a great idea. But there is some work that you can do on your own. Yes, using one of the chess.com tools, but not too much. Not too much. So we have about an hour here. Do you guys have the patience to listen to what I think is going to be pretty helpful, but it will be a little bit of learning. You guys have the patience right now? We got about an hour before Title Tuesday. You guys ready for a little nugget? Looks like mostly yeses. It looks like mostly yeses. All right. I haven't taken a break yet. Guys. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, refill the drink, and then I'll show you guys something that I think will be really helpful. All right? Short break, and then let's do it. I'll be right back, guys. Stream is continuing. Don't go anywhere. All right. Hello, gang. Decided to what did you guys get for refreshments? I went for the Canada Dry Cranberry Ginger Ale. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Water? Water is solid. Can't go wrong with water. Cannot go wrong with water. All right. So, let's jump over. First of all, jump out of these games. Okay, so heading out to see Avatar. You heading out now, Yao928, or you mean in a bit? Yasser liked Avatar, so I don't know what that review means to you in terms of how trustworthy it is, but it is what it is. Oh, Salty's on the Mary Brown? God damn. Okay, so basically the thing that I think is interesting about a speed run is that essentially every game is a useful piece of information to your understanding of the opening. So if I'm on my regular account, or if I'm not doing a speed run, right, you know, I might not play the exact same move every time, and you might not either. You might have a few things you play, whatever, and then when you kind of check your games over, not everything is useful. Everything is useful for your overall chess improvement, but let's say you wanted to focus on the Nimzo Indian. Not every game that you played is the Nimzo Indian, right? So it's kind of, you have to work to filter a little bit. The nice thing about what we have right here is we almost have like a built-in repertoire just from examining the games, because all the games, especially from the white side, as black, we're gonna have to filter a little bit because not every game, you know, got into a French, but as white, everything against c4 is relevant to you if you're trying to learn c4. So let's say you are trying to learn the opening. I would head right here. I think this is this part of, does anyone know, is this opening explorer thing? Is this any paid membership? Is this diamond? I don't know. Whatever it is, whatever membership tier lets you use the full explore openings feature is the goated one. Maybe it's free. I don't even, if it's free, then that's just sick. But I think the full use of the opening explorer is key. So here we are, opening explorer. First of all, I'm going to look at my games, right? My games with white, right? And you'll notice that I do have some other moves here. That's something that, you know, is only the case because before the speed run, I had to play some games and sort of level up the account and then reset it so that I wouldn't gain 500 points at a time. But obviously we'll ignore these other moves. Every game that we've played has been C4, right? And since every game we played has been with C4, there's a built-in database here. So what I would do if I were you is I would bring up the opening explorer. I have it in my games, but you guys can do other players and just search my name, and then the same thing will pop up, right? So I would do my games. I would also bring up another, and it's easier for you guys maybe if you have two screens. For me, I can't really show two screens on stream very easily. So I'm just gonna tell you what I'm doing, which is going over here, hopping into the analysis board, which looks very similar. So I'm gonna have an analysis board, and then I'm gonna have the opening explorer, right? Those are the two things, key. Bring up the opening explorer, C4. Okay, you can clearly see E5, right? But you can also see some of these other games. Let's just say E5. Now start with something basic. You'll notice that the move G3 is there all the time, right? G3 is like a forced move, right? G3. Again, you can see some of these opening moves. You might be looking at like, you know, B6, C6, F5, D6, D5, like what the hell is the difference? But knight F6, clearly a top move, okay? Clearly a top move. And if you wanted, you could, you know, you could look at other ones first, but I think looking at the top one is a good place to start. You'll notice the bishop always goes to G2. Now, if I was studying, I would probably be doing something like this. And I would probably have the engine lines on. Bishop g2. And, you know, I might even decide to write something like, we play this move ASAP, or we play this move every time. Just to remind myself, maybe when I look at this later, that bishop g2 isn't really like a, oh, let's play bishop g2. It's like, yep, we play g3, bishop g2 as fast as possible. So I'll add a light comment here. And you know this is true because you can see my games. I'm playing it every single time. It's obvious, right? Okay, bishop g2. And then you see a wide, you know, a ton of different moves. Bishop c5, knight c3, right? Those other moves, d6. But you can kind of get a feel for the different positions based on the different moves. So d6, knight c3, knight c6, knight f3, g6, castle, bishop g7. So knights, castles, and then d3. Okay, let's have a look at, you know, one of the other lines. d6, knight c3. That was knight c6. Let's say bishop e7. Well, still knight there. Okay, still castle. Okay, still d3. Well, interesting. You know, knight, castle, d3. Knight c3. I'll look at a different move. c6. Knight f3. Bishop e7. Castle, d3. Oh, that's interesting. We're kind of back to this. So you can kind of feel, hopefully you can see what I'm saying. And obviously bishop e6 was a blunder. So I might go over to my analysis thing as I'm doing this, right? And of course, this is me looking at the move d6. And I might even write something like, you know, our setup should be knight c3, knight f3, castles, d3. And you can even keep going in some of the games I've played and see what I did. You know, whatever. Our setup should be these moves for the most part. Just a nice little text reminder so you're not going to forget. And of course, what you can do is you can plug in you can put the actual moves here and you can show different variations. But the point is, it's helpful to know that when you see this kind of setup like this, that you just want to go like this. And already that's like, I mean, we're getting close to 10 different moves here that you can play right off the cuff. And by the way, whatever I'm doing right here is something that you would save, of course. You would save this and you'd be able to reference it later, look at it later. And you'll know that it doesn't really matter what black is doing, right? Now you don't have to remember all those games I played. All you have to do is look at your damn annotation. It says our setup should be this, castle, and that for the most part. Now, when you're watching it back and maybe, you know, watching the speedrun or something, you might find that I've said certain things during the speedrun. They're very helpful. You know, one of the things was the move e4, so that if the move e4 happens, we always have knight g5. That's kind of important, right? So that's something that, you know, would be very useful to add to this, but you would probably only get by watching it back later, or if it happens to you. But a great reminder is like, you know, just put the line in. E4, right? Engine doesn't like that. I like putting lines that don't make sense to remind myself why they're wrong. E4, question mark. Oops. Let me put comment after. This move usually fails to knight g5. Right? This move usually fails to knight g5. Okay, just a good reminder. Once I see that in my annotation, I'm clicking through. This move usually fails to knight g5. Whenever I'm in a game now, I mean, when I play knight f3, I'll give a few seconds thought to e4. I'll look at knight g5. Does that win the pawn, or am I good there? If not, then, you know, I want to be careful of it. But for the most part, at least now I'm familiar with the mechanism as to how to handle this move. And now the move e4 just doesn't scare me anymore. Like, I just simply know how to handle it. And if I can't handle it this way, then maybe I miscalculated, or maybe I shouldn't have played knight f3. So, okay. We're kind of familiar with how to handle the move d6. That's all d6, right? sort of the main move there, or at least the most popular move, I should say. Then you see bishop c5 is the next most popular. Knight c3, so again, following along, putting this in our notes here. Knight c6, knight f3, right? And you can essentially take all the move orders from all the games that I've played, and you can put all those move orders into one single file. And that one single file, you're gonna save, you're gonna put some nice annotations in with text to help you remember stuff. And then you're gonna be able to reference that whenever you want. And guess what? By the time you're done inputting, let's say the first 6 moves of every game that I've played, and I don't recommend doing every game, some of them are silly, people blunder early. As soon as that happens, you're gonna have a file that essentially is like a really bare bones, easy to use, easy to remember. Essentially, it's going to be like an opening repertoire for the English. Knight f3, we see a6, d6, whatever. Knight g4 here happened a few times. Right, e3. You can follow along here. Input these into your little analysis board. I always have it with the engine on because, especially, I might be playing a move that simply sucks. I might play a move that is wrong and maybe needs double checking. Or I might play a move that's certainly not the top engine move. Right? And then you're like, okay, I kind of get why that was played. Like, for example, e4. Right? We usually handle that with knight g5. And this is a line that would be interesting to put in your notes because, hey, I'm curious here. It looks like we're losing that, but we're getting this pawn, hitting the queen. We have the bishop pair, and we'll be able to kick that knight out and play moves like d4 next. But you might come across that as you're inputting these moves, and you're like, okay, wait a minute. I did this, double check of does e4 always get handled by knight g5? And then you're looking at the computer and you're like, okay, wait a minute, there's this move, but I can see the engine likes it, so I'm not concerned, right? It's okay. So I would take most of the games that I've played, and then I would bring, let's say, the first 7-8 moves of most of the top moves, top choices by my opponents. I'd bring the first 7-8 moves of those games, put them in the same analysis file, and just save it at the end. Save it. Save it as a PGN. You can open a PGN in anything. And then you have that forever. Then that's yours. That's your chess knowledge. You have it. It also helps, what I like to do is, let's say like this, for example. I'll have some conclusion. I'll go knight takes e4. I'll look at the engine lines a little bit. I'll see, like, what does the engine want? Queen g6, d3, queen here, maybe knight c3. I'm like kind of trying to figure out what it wants. I'm seeing the move d4, knight c3. I'm seeing h3 a lot. I'm seeing d4 a lot. I'm seeing knight c3, knight c3. So I'm looking for common moves in all 3 of these top lines. I'm seeing a lot of h3, a lot of knight c3, and maybe a lot of d4 as well. d4, d3. So I'm looking for common moves in the top 3 lines, and this is just like a 10-second scan. 10-second scan of these engine lines. And then I'll just write in my notes like, okay, comment after. Next we want h3, knight c3, and d3, d4 to develop the bishop. So now when I get to the notes, not only will I have that, but I'll also throw one of these in. A little plus minus here. Something like that. Plus over minus. So that I actually know that the end of this line, when I get to knight e4, right? Imagine I'm looking at this later on my own without the engine. I'm like scrolling through. I'm like, okay, interesting. Let me review this line. Get to here, knight e4, and then I'm like, oh, white has an advantage because I've already done the work. I've looked at it with an engine. So I tell myself, oh, white has an edge here. Next, we want h3, knight c3, d3, d4 to develop the bishop. Now, now I know exactly what we want. It's very useful. So you just put these notes here for later for yourself. Explain the position as if you're going to look at it 10 years later after being like cryogenically frozen or something, so that you'll understand it for sure. Thanks, the Chess Nerd Live. Thanks for the raid, buddy. I'm taking a time out here to give a brief bit of education on how I think a very, very easy way to study chess is. So we're very focused here. Very nerdy at the moment. Thank you, Zach. So if you load a second game and save it to the same file, the file shows the different variations. So what exactly do you mean, Kothis? Because what I'm saying is that when you're in Opening Explorer, also have an analysis board on the side. So when you're in the Opening Explorer, you click Bishop G2, you can follow any of these games, or if you click on the actual names themselves, it'll just take you to the literal game. You can just see the whole thing. But yeah, you just follow through one game, put it in the analysis, and then go back later, and then pick another one. But I do think it's important to have the engine on. I wouldn't go crazy with the engine. Don't be putting in like stuff that you don't understand. Like, don't follow an engine line 20 moves deep and put it in your notes and say white has an edge. You don't know what you're doing. But have the engine on so that you're not putting anything in your notes that, you're not making a move and including it and saving it, and it's actually a bad move. That's why you have the engine on. Just to it's like proofreading. Just to double check, it's like the paperclip in Microsoft Word. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Does this make sense? Because hopefully you understand that if you actually do this process, which is not very difficult to do, does not take a long time, but if you did this with my account from this speed run, at the end of it, you would have an extremely comprehensive English repertoire. You would have what moves to do, where the pieces go, and how to handle 8 or so different top moves against the lines that have been tested against people of varying ratings. And there's some validity in the moves because you know that it's a grandmaster playing them. So it's not like you're watching two 1600s, or for example, it's not like you're looking at yourself and you're looking at your own games that you played on chess.com against other people and trying to learn from them, because you can't trust his moves and you can't trust your moves. And then you're using an engine too much. So at least there's some validity and trust that you can put in me that, okay, he's explaining things, the moves that he's playing and the variations he's going for and the setups he's going for are reliable. Well, Hatha, if you ever have a question like that, like, hey, what happens if they take away knight g5 with h6? Then put that on the board and fire this up, right? And you'll see some of the suggestions, and then you can take from it what you will. But if you want my answer, if I saw this move, of course I'd be looking for immediate tactics in the center of the board. So let's say like, I don't know, maybe here, right? Then I'm thinking, okay, if I go knight here, right, e4, and you'll see the engine almost supports that, right? Knight g1 is kind of meh. You'll notice that it's still decent, but I understand what you're saying. But then you start to see the engine recommendations, e3, d3, moves that deal with that move e4 a little bit better. So then I would play one of those. But d3 is the obvious one, like takes control of e4. Best way of practicing less frequent lines, do it with an engine. And I mean very lightly. Like, for example, here, if I play g3 and I'm sitting there thinking, oh, what if my opponent plays this move? I mean, it's a pretty dumb question. You're going to go here, but I might just look at the engine briefly and be like, okay, I obviously play this. What happens? Knight c6, knight f3. And then I'm like, wait a minute, why why are all the top moves these dumb ass moves, right? Bishop d6, rook b8, bishop a6. Like, literally, what are these moves? And then I would try to find some, like, I would put my own suggestion in and be like, what the fuck are these moves? Why doesn't black play here? And then the engine would be like, duh, like this. And then I would put that in my notes. I would be like, this seems obvious, but doesn't work after knight takes e5. And suddenly it's like, okay, then when you're scrolling through this later in life, later that day, later that week, you're like, oh, let me scroll through. Oh yeah, black has this b6 move they can do. But bishop b7 seems obvious but doesn't work. And you're telling me black has to play these sort of ridiculous moves? It's like, okay, it's already good for me. Bishop, like, what the fuck is bishop a6? What is bishop a6? So whenever you have a question, even if it's a bad question, just put it in. Add it to your notes. Like, let's say here, you're like, dude, what if he goes h5, right? I don't like h5. What if he tosses this at me? Okay, then I'm looking at the computer. I'm thinking knight f3. And the computer seems to be comfortable with this, but I would be bothered by e4. So I'm looking at the computer again, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Knight h4, right? What are these lines here? White wants to go knight c3. I would always put my own moves in first. I would look at this and be like, what the hell would I play if I was black? Because the computer is saying this is +1. But I would always flip and be like, what would I do as black? I need the answer to those questions first. I don't care what the engine says. What would I do as black? Bishop e7 comes to mind. I would throw in g5 because I was like, fuck it. If I was black, I would do it. Right? See what the engine spits out. Right? Knight g2, h4. I'm sitting here saying black's got an advantage. Right? And whenever you get down a rabbit hole where you feel like you don't understand it, but the engine does, just quit it. Cut it out. And I would admit that this is one of them. Even for me, I look at this position. White is supposed to be +1.4. Fucking tell me how. I do not think this makes any sense. Like, I don't buy it. So I would just get out of it. It's like, I don't like that. And then I would hunt for something that actually makes sense for me. Right? I'm looking at h5. I'm like, okay, knight f3 doesn't seem to make a lot of sense after e4. So I'm thinking, okay, the next best move is kind of knight c3 or h4. What about h4, right? That doesn't seem to impede me at all. And then just keep going. So I know I have h4 as an option. I might like that one. Or knight c3, the first move I would look at is h4. How do I handle that? Right? And for me, allowing this, I mean, I'm not too keen on that. I don't think that's very good. Right? And if bishop here, maybe at some point there's h3 coming. So choose the path of least resistance on h4. Looks fine. But whenever you have a question, plug it into the engine and try to hunt for your answer. But that's, I would already say if you're at that level, then you should already have a pretty comprehensive file saved. Because you shouldn't be asking those kind of questions without first getting everything on paper. Get all the moves from all the openings, put them on paper. Remember, this is only c4, e5. c4 has so many other moves. They have d5 as well, right? d5 has happened so many times. I take it every time. Queen takes. I play knight c3 every time. And just plug that in the engine and it's going to have a heart attack. Right? It's like, you can't do anything about this. And a great, like, one of the most useful tips, I think, you can never be for sure that this gives you the best possible move in every position, but it gives you all the ideas. So if you ever need to know what the ideas of the position are, just look at the engine lines and just hunt for commonalities. Like, what do I see here? I'm going to ignore all of black's moves. Those are irrelevant to me. Knight f3. So I'm seeing knight f3 is a guarantee. I'm seeing, okay, e4, e3, d4, d4, d4. I'm seeing a lot of d4. d4 is a guarantee. I'm seeing some e4 in there. And then I'm seeing a bunch of captures and random shit. So whatever. At least I know my next two moves are probably these two. Like, almost for sure. And then go from there. Wherever black goes, I'm probably going to go d4, knight f3. See what happens. So, whenever you want to get just an initial feel for the position, look at the, you know, the menu of engine lines and try to find moves that are in all of the lines. Because those are moves that the engine simply rates as nearly necessary for your position. Like, you must do it. Now, I could sit here and I could keep doing this, but essentially, there's not much more to explain. That's just it. That's what you do. Then it's just a matter of executing. But write a lot of notes. Write these small things. I'm not sure if you can include arrows, but arrows are great if you're ever reviewing it, and then you see an arrow, you're like, oh, this is the you know, the next move, or this is the plan, right? So instead of our setup should be knight c3, knight f3, 0, d3, what I might do is put a bunch of arrows, right? And I think these get saved, so then you're going through it, and when you get here, these pop up. And then just save them. Can other people see your notes? Are they private? They should be private. I'm sure if you wanted other people to see them, there might be an option to like make it public, but no. These would be in your own personal library. Plus, you can always save it and just save it on your computer. You don't have to save it like, you know, just have it on chess.com. Once you save the PGN on your computer, then you have it. Then you can delete all trace of it on chess.com if you want. So is this the way I prepare myself? Massive PGN files with comments? Yes. Seriously, yes. And this is the way a lot of top players, I bet, prepare themselves. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen everyone's files, but a lot of files, a lot of variations, a lot of comments, a lot of highlights, a lot of arrows. But the comments are the most important, because what you want is you want to do a lot of crazy engine work and maybe like meticulous, boring work, but then you want to summarize it in such a simple way that when you're looking at it later, fresh, just maybe flipping through it on your phone, looking through it casually, no engine, maybe someone asks you a question about it and they're like, hey, why doesn't knight d4 work here? You have to be able to explain it to them. So simple. It has to be so obvious, the answer. You can't be like, you know, having some 10-move engine line be your justification. So my files look very similar to this. Lots of text to explain the basic stuff. Lots of shitty moves are in my files because I'm curious, what are the bad moves that my opponent might play that look logical to me, but apparently the engine hates it. Let's find out why. You think we should do a file reveal in exchange for more green chefs? Okay, how about this? At 30 green chefs, I will go through an entire file of mine on stream. I'm not sure I could hand it out, but I'll go through the entire thing. A real file. A deep file. One that I used, for example, when I was going for GM. It is Rain 424. Yeah, we need the USA Green Sheffers to saddle up here. Yeah, I'm not sure how many people want to be there, Lance Lore, but you're right. That appears to be the destination. That's what I'm saying, Marshmallow. It's not a bad deal. So There you go. We'll leave that at 30. But we got to hit 30 reasonably soon. You know? Can't be 30 like a month later and you guys are going to come back ready to cash in. No. We gotta hit that soon. But we'll leave it at 30 as the goal. I know, free shipping doesn't quite get it to Europe, buddy. I'm sorry. US only code. Anybody have any questions about this? Hopefully it makes sense. I mean, maybe it's not too revolutionary, but I still think people don't know how to study chess, and this is a very cookie cutter way. Plus, you can use my account that I'm playing all these games on. I'm doing the work for you. I'm the one playing the games. It's already done. Really, when you study chess, most people would have to look at their own games and filter and use engines and everything. The fact that you have a GM who's already playing the moves and the setups for you is saving a lot of time, honestly. It's quite useful. You'd never play those openings? Well, that's fine. You can do it on, I mean, how many people have done a speedrun opening, right? How many speedruns have I done, right? Go back and check my other accounts, right? Go to the Chessbrah YouTube, right? Think about what speedruns I've done. London System Series. Watch the video, see my account name, go to chess.com. You want to learn the London? Dude, do that exact same thing with that account. King's Indian speedrun. Go find that account, right? It's something you can replicate. Yeah, habits, building habits. By the way, I think there was there's a lot of people in our Discord. It's been a while since I released building habits, but back when I released them, there was a lot of people in our Discord who immediately had a building habits file. Pretty cool. A full file of everything from habits. Pretty useful, honestly. Pretty useful. You still haven't watched Habits, Smokahontas? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. But we got the London, we got the YouTube here. I hope you guys do sub to our YouTube. Exclamation mark YouTube. Lots of speedruns, educational stuff there. Mattis is a big Habits fan. We got the Building Habits videos there. And if you want to watch the full VODs of Building Habits, it's on the extra channel. Building Habits, full VODs. We need more Chessbrah extra subs. A lot of people don't even know we have 2 YouTube channels. We do. So Chessbrah extra. As well as the main YouTube. Dima, hey buddy. How you doing, Dima? Yeah, we have Eric's Hippo video released. Next part of that is coming soon. And I see we just released a tactics video with Yasser. This is like, obviously it's almost a 4-hour video. So it's very long, but it's one of those videos that you can always come back to. It's just me and Yasser talking, right? Solving puzzles, telling you how we're doing it. I think it's a video, a timeless video, you know? Yasser was just visiting us. So this was fun. Just me and Yasser solving puzzles. And it's like 4 hours long. So you're cooking food, you're cooking your Green Chef. Boom. Just play this in the background. This can be played in the background of literally anything. It's just very, very laid back, very chill. That's right, 13s, you know. I do have some OTB Blitz here. Playing against an IM. Eric has a lot of opening videos. Hikaru vlogs. Chess boxing content. Eric has a bullet speed run. Well, many speed runs, but a bullet one is featured here. And then you can see the Chessbrah extra link. So lots of places to follow us and get subbed, guys. YouTube as well as Twitch here, following the channel. So I think that's pretty much all I have to say about this study feature tool approach, let's say. But I think it's useful, and if anyone does it and actually, you know, follows through with it, report back. I'd be very curious to hear how it goes and what you think. I swear it's gonna help. It has rained 424. We've been on YouTube and on Twitch for a while, so if there's one thing we got, it's longevity and, you know, just a high number of videos, right? We have a pretty big video library. Or as Yasser would say, a pretty big video library. Ramen, I think for the most part, if it's a bit above or a bit below your rating, you're not going to be missing out. It's not like it won't make sense or be redundant, depending on which one you watch. It's not like you watch a speedrun where I'm a bit above your level and it makes no sense to you and you get nothing. It's not like you watch a beginner speedrun and you're not reminded of the basics. Like, I even enjoy watching, let's say in other games, like I've watched people speedrun before as well. League of Legends, for example. I used to watch a lot of League of Legends on Twitch. If I'm watching someone smurfing and he's like challenger, but he's in bronze or iron and he's literally noob stomping, the same way that you could say that this is like me going down 800 elo. Of course, it's way below my level in both, actually. You know, I'm a better League of Legends player than bronze, but I'm still going to pay attention to how he CSs, to his like macro decisions, to what he does, to what he builds, and I still think it's very useful. Probably the same thing in chess. Even though I'm beating an 800, and if you're 1800, you might be like, okay, I can beat an 800 too. I'm sure there are some differences in how you and I would do it. Is League bad right now? I haven't played in a little while. I did my thing with League that I did with a bunch of other things where I get good enough to be happy with it, and then I don't really need to play more. Now I play for fun, but I haven't played in a long time still. But I got to Diamond 4, and I was like, okay, this is a good level. I'm above a large number of people who play this game, and it's definitely not my full-time thing, so I'm happy with that. It's good enough. But then, like, to go more than that, I mean, it's really diminishing returns. So, but I know lifed League for a while. Red Espen, hey, cheers, my man. Thank you for the 500 bits. Eric even played League a while back. Thanks a lot, Red Espen. That's how chess is for many of you. But the thing is, to get to the same level in chess, I mean, you got to be pushing at least over 1600, 1800. I think at, 1000, 1200, there's still a long way to go. Gritty Pens, I used to do some League of Legends games with the community. Those were pretty fun. Not, it doesn't have to get sweaty. People care about their solo queue, ranked elo, or duo queue. But when you play with the boys, you just get like 4 or 5 people together, run some ranked 5s or something, or just some like viewer games. Those are pretty entertaining. And get on voice call. So we've done those in the past. They're pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. But you have to have that attitude that like, it's not really a big deal. Hey, what's up, grilled peppers? Hello to Tom. We were just talking about some ways to improve, some tips. Howdy, Zarko. I see that it's getting reasonably close to 5 p.m. here. Which is when the next Title Tuesday is, by the way. So in case you're wondering, next Title Tuesday starts very soon. And we're probably going to pass off in a little bit, but we'll hang out for now. If anyone has any more questions, hit me with them. Someone was asking what the belt was. It's like, to people who haven't seen the chess boxing, they must be like, what does this guy think he is? Keeps this like wrestling belt above his stream. Who is this guy? And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the ambiguity. Am I still training for fun there? I haven't yet, but I did get my bouldering membership back, so I'm probably going to start bouldering again. I'm excited about that. Haven't gone yet, though. January, I've just been catching up on the stream with you guys, because December was definitely time off, right? A lot of chess boxing, a lot of traveling, World Blitz and Rapid, took a lot out of us. My bouldering level, it's like, probably now, because I haven't done it in a while, I would say maybe V3 to 4, because I feel so out of it. I haven't gone in half a year. But when I was doing it often and maybe at my peak, probably V5. Yeah, the highest rated boulder I've done is a V5. Yeah, I'm definitely nowhere close to V6. It's a different beast. I am a bit heavier right now, Chess Ninja. It's not good for climbing. I'm like 180, and I'm usually 170, so. It's a funny comment, Mattis. Man, they stopped asking, Mattis. I feel like they don't care. They only care about my progress as a chess professional, as a player. Who's more naturally talented, you or Mattis? At chess, you mean, Tom? Or just in general? I would say in general, Mattis, because the guy... Mattis is a guy that's easy to, underestimate his ability in any situation. He might surprise you and just be a great foosball player one day, Type of guy that you're at a bar and someone's like, oh, hey, I bet I can chug that faster than you. Randomly, Mattis might just be able to, he's a surprising fellow. But I think Mattis would beat a lot of people in that category. Surprising fellow is a good way to put it. But in chess, especially when it comes to OTB chess, I think Mattis will be the first to admit he does not have a natural inclination there. So definitely yourself, Tom. Especially, I think you're worth a lot more over the board, Grilled Peppers, compared to online. You're used to playing with the buddies over the board, flagging, the pressure of the clock, dexterity. You're a stronger over the board player than you are online. The plebs are going crazy right now. Next chess boxing match? Yeah, exactly. Mattis and Tom. I could see it happening. And it would happen because Mattis is apparently, easy to underestimate. Might be talented, more talented than Tom in general. At the average thing. But Tom's probably got him in chess. Just more natural talent. So might have to put that to the test with chess boxing. Exactly. Hey Nick, have I been in the new climbing gym in Halifax? So I was born in Halifax. I went back for the first time and played a chess tournament, which was really fun actually. We covered it on the channel here. I saw the climbing gym and I know which one it is because it was like rated very high. And I was like, okay, this looks sick. Like it was like 5 stars on Google or something. I really wanted to go, but ultimately, as most chess tournaments are, there just wasn't a lot of free time at the event, so I just couldn't find time to go. But I would have loved to. So I never got to, but it looked really cool. Would I rather climb V8 or boost chess elo by 50? Easy. V8. Are you kidding me? Being able to climb V8 is crazy. That's super impressive, by the way. Just as like a casual thing to add to your resume. 50 elo in chess, not nearly enough. I would sell 50 elo to, to do that. Is that right, VPAC? That's impressive, though. That's impressive. Yeah, I haven't been in a while. First time I go bouldering is gonna be a rude awakening. It's like, yeah, you think you're fit, you are not. You are not. Oh, this is the part where it just dips out. Let's go here. Yeah, I don't I don't do that anymore. I need to go more often. Why this weird screen? Do you think the screen? Do you think the screen is weird? Do you think the screen is weird? It's normal, no? I was just thinking, man, I haven't done human benchmark in a while. It's been a hot minute. The screen? You think the screen is... Yeah, there's this weird guy on the screen, huh? Would you guys rather be able to get a 25 on this or add 50 elo? I know my answer. Hello, I hang pawns. Oops. Not that one. Surprisingly, I misclicked that one, but that one I got, or sorry, I misclicked that one for that. This one I legitimately got wrong. I think there's some here and one here, but yeah, I think we actually will get that one wrong. An early one. An early X. Huh, maybe it's that one. Mm. I think we're dying here. Maybe up here. It's at this point where you start to look at it and you're like, where would I put a white? Where would I put a white square? What's the most balanced location that I would put one? Oops. Not even 20. Washed. Washed. I know, right, grilled peppers? Like, what the hell? Like, what the hell? Damn, girl. Which one is the verbal memory one? Is that the one where they give you words? And, like, you've either seen it or not? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one's weird. Mm. Oops, that was a misclick. Oh, that was a misclick, and then we got messed up. Ugh. This run is over. This run is over. Yeah, I think the highest I've gone on that is like 120 or something. Gets a little insane at some point. But I think getting like high 80 to 100 is reasonable. But it's when you try to go too fast, then you get it wrong. Like trying to rush it, because you can actually take your time. There's no prize for going quick. You can do that, Red Espen. Name all the countries of the world, including their flags. I could name all the countries of the world if you give me the flags. Like I could match the countries with every flag. That I can do. Just naming every country just by sitting here. Maybe I could eventually, but I really have to think. Like, I generally know that stuff, but I couldn't just produce it probably on the spot. I'd need some time. Wouldn't be like a very quick, confident thing. What about general knowledge? No, we don't have any of that around here. We don't have any of that. Am I going to play Entitled Thursday? If they have it, I might consider playing it. Everyone else plays Title Tuesday. I wouldn't mind competing in Title Thursday. That might be good for me. I might have a chance. But no, that's I'm not planning on it. But I'm gonna pass the raid to Eric pretty soon, and he's gonna pass the raid, as in like pass the stream. I think we'll stop the stream and restart it pretty soon. Cheers from Honduras. Hey, cheers, buddy. Cheers. How are your flags of the world there, Tom? You think so, Alvaro? Well, you know, Eric, if you're listening, bud, yeah, you got to get more than 6 points. I know it's going to be tough, but the bar has been set high by Hambo this morning. I'm currently leading. You know, I've served. I've done my piece. I've served my game. 6 points. I know it's going to be tough. The reigning and defending champion. Well, at the moment, 6 points is the highest house score. Do you remember when Aryan was here? It was very competitive. Aryan, Eric, myself, we all played Title Tuesday, and whoever had the lowest score was the house bottom. And being the house bottom is never a good thing, you know? Never a good thing. So I hope you guys found this reasonably useful, this studying tip. I will show you guys when we get to 30 Green Chef signups. I will show you guys one of my files. You can see how detailed it is, and my file it probably like pales in comparison to some of the top guys. But I'll show you what an actual Chess Grandmaster's prep file looks like. I think it'll be relatively interesting. Hey, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. I'm just about to end off the stream, but I'm ending off for Eric to start the stream. So it's actually your best case scenario, Dr. Lord. You came at a good time. I'm about to end. I'll say goodbye to everybody here. The stream is going to start up immediately again, and Eric is going to be playing Title Tuesday. So you're here at a good time, Dr. Lord Mayonnaise. Why am I showing my files? Because I'm trying to teach you guys good ways to prepare. And I'd like to get more Green Chef signups. Guys, I'm out for now. All right. Gonna end off. See you, Dima. Eric's gonna be playing Title Tuesday, so don't go anywhere. Title Tuesday starts in 15 minutes, but we're gonna switch over right now. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, there's also Arena Kings tomorrow, which I know we'll play. So see you guys then. See you guys then. Bye. Make sure to refresh. We're going to turn the stream on right back.